já para lá. They must go now. Yes.
Welcome to the Oil and Gas Conference. For ANSA, your safety is one of our main priorities. And with that said, we have prepared
Ok,
few
então
safety measures
pode
to ensure your navigation and satisfaction throughout this
Safety
event.
Victor.
It's important to acknowledge a few notes that we had prepared for you to ensure your safety and orientation throughout this activity. Please note the emergency exits well identified throughout the building. And we highly recommend you to stay away from the stairs
He
and the
must check
emergency
something with
exits
the guys on
during the
backstage.
event.
With
Also,
they must
note
check them.
all the fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, and equipment well distributed to ensure your safety. And it's also important to let you know that in case of an emergency, we do have staff prepared to navigate you and orientate you in case of need. Essa a estrela que protege.
mean,
Okay.
yeah, we make do.
Suzana, funcionária de produção, desenvolvimento, desenvolvimento da produção. Presidente da República.
That's nice. It looks nice like that. Yeah.
Because what happened in 2022 is he came, but he then went to the exhibition.
Indeed.
So that's the biggest worry. He does that.
He's not gonna do that because they gave this. The presidential guy gave me this. Entering on CCTA, opening ceremony, national anthem, brief speech from me and Tanya, cultural moment. He knows. He knows. They did this. They did this. That's why I told you, whatever they give you, that's one that counts.
So they gave that to you.
Yes, to follow. But it's the same as ours. So, when I say Himno Nacional da República de Angola, that's why you translate to give them time to plug the things. Yeah. It's gonna be alright.
problem.
We need to ask you to on stage to ask everybody who's standing to please sit down because they're blocking people coming in.
Okay.
On who please sit down.
Good morning. Good.
Bom dia, senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Pedimos o especial favor que possam ocupar os vossos lugares. Todas as pessoas que estão de pé na sala estão a bloquear a entrada das restantes pessoas que precisam de entrar. Pedimos então o especial favor que possam ocupar os vossos lugares.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite you to please take a seat as we'll be commencing in just a moment, and we'd like to free up the hallway to allow for more people to come into the room. Thank you.
Com licença, senhora.
What? Yeah? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry.
nós depois vamos ter que passar por aqui.
Sim, sim,
Já?
só você.
On my speech, I say your full name. Is there a possibility for you in yours when you say, yes, definitely, Dina Mene Cruz? This is an.
It sounds a bit weird. It sounds a bit weird because you
I
say my full
introduce
name
you.
because you introduced me.
Yeah. Oh, but it's okay.
And
It's okay.
yeah?
It's time. Is the president here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Really?
Sorry.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We already have all entities here, especially our special entity, whom I'd like to ask to remain standing because we will sing the national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to please stay rising as we sing the national anthem.
O Toti Samed vai ser quem vai estar aqui conosco para fazer essa entoação. Vamos pedir que
Toti
possam
Samet
abrir
will be the
caminho
artist
para
that
que o
will
cantor
help
possa
us
subir ao
sing
palco.
the national anthem. Please, your attention.
Bom dia, vamos entoar o hino da República da Angola. Nunca mais esqueceremos os heróis do 4 de fevereiro. Oh, pátria, nós saudamos os teus filhos, tombados pela nossa independência. Honramos o passado e a nossa história, construímos no trabalho homem novo. Honramos o passado e a nossa história, construímos no trabalho homem novo. Angola avante, revolução, pelo poder popular, pátria unida, liberdade, um só povo, uma só nação. Levantemos nossas vozes libertar para a glória dos povos africanos. Marchemos combatentes angolanos, solidários com os povos oprimidos. Orgulhosos lutaremos pela paz com as forças progressistas do mundo. Orgulhosos lutaremos pela paz com as forças progressistas do mundo. Angola avante, revolução, pelo poder popular, pátria unida, liberdade, um só povo, uma só nação.
Muito obrigada ao Toti por esta entoação.
Thank you very
Agora
much,
sim,
Toti
senhoras e senhores,
Samed.
podem ocupar os
You
vossos
may now take
lugares.
your seats,
Muitíssimo
ladies and
obrigada.
gentlemen. Thank you very
Muito
much.
bom dia a todos, senhoras
Good
e senhores.
morning,
Sejam
once all.
bem-vindos à
Welcome
quinta
once
edição
again.
da
Welcome to the
Conferência
fifth
de
edition
Exposição
of
Angola
the
Oil and Gas,
conference in
sob o
Oil and
lema
Gas Expo
Impulsionar a exploração e desenvolvimento para o
on
aumento da
exploration
produção
and
em Angola.
development for the
Permitam-me,
increase
senhoras e
of
senhores,
development
que
in
apresente a
Angola.
sala.
Allow
Seja
me
bem-vindo,
to
Sr. Excelência, Presidente da
introduce
República de Angola,
to the
João
room
Manuel Gonçalves
His
Lourenço.
Excellency President João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço.
Excelentíssimo Sr. Ministro dos Recursos Minerais,
Excellency
Petróleo e
Minister
Gás,
of
Diamantino
Natural Resources, Diamantino Azevedo, Mineral Resources. A special thanks for the presence of all entities here, be it local or international. This event is dignified by your presence. We would also like to thank all delegates, speakers, moderators, experts of different areas, local and international experts that are part of this event. Let us not forget our sponsors, partners in Expositive, because without them this event wouldn't be possible. It is going to be 2 intense days where the objective is to show that Angola has got strength and strategies to achieve its objectives set by itself.
As you can see up on stage, I'm not alone. With my colleague, Tania Hambimana. Tania, bom dia. Welcome once again to Angola. This is an exciting day, not only for the sector, but definitely for all the players, isn't it?
Absolutely. Bom dia, Dinamene. Bom dia a todos. Indeed, this exclusive event unites global financiers, high-profile project developers, and key stakeholders, all here to further the oil and gas landscape. Now, it's not just about discourse and dialogue. They are here to sign deals, advance projects, and shape the future of our industry. Angola's oil and gas sector has made tremendous strides, and this event showcases the country's commitment to driving forward its oil and gas sector. It also highlights the collaborative efforts of the public and private sector to foster growth and innovation. Over the course of the next 2 days, we can expect unparalleled insights and opportunities to engage with influential leaders, gain insight into the latest industry trends, and of course, explore exciting business opportunities within Angola's rich oil and gas sector. Now, to begin today's proceedings, we are delighted to present a cultural moment to celebrate Angola's rich heritage.
Yeah, let me have the paper with me. I will leave it here.
Angola's history is defined by resilience. Following a period of growth and change, a country has emerged stronger, poised to embrace a new era of possibility. Economic prosperity, empowered youth, energy independence, and enriched lives. These are the aspirations of the nation, rich in natural resources, minerals, and innovative solutions. Now is the time to turn Angola's aspirations into reality. In 1910, the first oil concession was awarded in the Kwanza onshore basin. It was the beginning of a journey made possible with the grit and determination of Angola's people. From the first exploration well in 1915 to the most recent discovery, the Legembe-1 well in Block 15, Angola has been on a quest for greatness. In 1955, the first commercial oil discovery was made in Benfica, near Luanda. Oil production began that year, and by 1988, the Petrofina refinery in Rwanda was producing 18,000 barrels of oil per day. In 2008, the country achieved its highest ever production of 1.9 million barrels per day. Today, production is sustained above 1 million barrels per day, fueling Angola's continued rise. Now is the time to invest in Angola. Robust policies, strong local content provisions, a proactive government stance, these have transformed the industry from within. Now Angola is leveraging its rich experience to drive exploration and development towards increased production. Now is the time to drive projects forward. The $6 billion Camino development, the $12 billion Angola LNG plant, the $6 billion Lobito refinery. These projects will turn economic aspirations into reality. Now is the time to seize new opportunities. Up to 29 blocks are available for investment. 4 onshore, 9 offshore, 5 marginal, and 11 on permanent offer. Since 2019, Angola Oil and Gas has been connecting companies to opportunities, transforming ideas into tangible developments. Now is the time to advance the industry. Sustainable solutions, technological prowess, modern infrastructure, and experienced personnel. Angola is not just keeping the pace, but setting the pace in global oil and gas development. Now is the time to strengthen partnerships. The nation's international industry event, Angola Oil and Gas, unites companies, enhances collaborations, boosts investments, and champions development. Oil and gas has underpinned Angola's economic evolution, and it will form the basis of its next era of prosperity. Now is the time to invest in exploration. Now is the time to commit to development. Now is the time to produce more Angolan energy for the benefit of generations to come.
No princípio, havia silêncio. E depois, um sussurro nas profundezas. Uma história de sono antigo no berço da terra. Por baixo do coração vibrante de Angola, uma história longa e vasta, onde o ouro negro flui como um rio. Mas o futuro sussurra algo mais. A terra fala em línguas de petróleo e os gigantes gasosos dançam nas sombras. No entanto, uma nova história desenrola-se, onde o petróleo, o gás e a energia do sol aliam-se. Com as reformas, Angola ergue-se, uma nação fortalecida pelos investimentos dos sábios, porque quando a África decidir unir-se e agir em conjunto, os investidores responderão. E o mundo tomará nota. A broca, como uma poderosa lança de Nzinga, rasga o véu de rocha e areia, trazendo de cima o néctar enegrecido das profundezas da terra. As torres das plataformas são como sinais luminosos, guiando os olhos do viajante, e as suas luzes, constelações espelhando estrelas. A terra, uma mãe generosa, oferece o petróleo, o gás e a energia, fortalecendo os sonhos de uma nação. Mas ouçam os sussurros, pois eles falam mais do que os lucros. Eles são o pacto com a terra e o respeito que devemos manter. Cada barril, cada chama que aproveitamos contém a energia do sol. Um pacto com os nossos antepassados. Em encontros, nós fizemos uma promessa, um juramento, de a tratar bem, de receber, mas também devolver na nossa dança da vida. Imaginem um futuro onde a tecnologia e o espírito se misturam, onde o petróleo alimenta o nosso corpo e dá gás às nossas almas e as energias renováveis, um vento nas nossas costas. Deixemos que as plataformas façam mais do que perfurar. Que sejam violinos que tocam o vento. E cada barco, cada navio, cada plataforma, o testemunho dos disciplinados. Porque a nossa missão é muito mais do que petróleo ou gás. É o sonho de acabar com a pobreza energética, onde cada angolano, cada família tem o poder de iluminar o seu caminho. Juntemo-nos, unidos por um objetivo em comum, o da energia partilhada e aproveitada, porque quando a África decidir unir-se e agir em conjunto, o mundo responderá. Ao amanhecer sobre as águas, derramando luz em campos de azul, a mulher de Angola lidera o coro de uma época que impulsiona a energia, que eletrifica um continente. Na terra, no mar, no ar, está o poder de renovar, de criar, para abrir de par em par as portas do amanhã. Nós podemos mudar os destinos dos nossos países, mantendo-nos unidos, guiados por reformas sensatas. O caminho de Angola já viu investimentos que serviram para alavancar não só máquinas e indústria, mas as nossas vidas. Que possamos nós, todos juntos, manter-nos unidos, porque no petróleo e no gás está a possibilidade de nós criarmos um futuro melhor, unidos pela terra, unidos pelo mar, unidos pelo ar. O futuro de Angola está nas nossas mãos. Investir em sabedoria, numa nova forma de ver, em coragem, porque o petróleo é muito mais do que mercadoria. É o sangue da terra e nele o potencial para mudar as nossas vidas e as das gerações vindouras. Energia para todos. Uma Angola iluminada, aqui e agora. Esta é a nossa promessa. Este é o nosso futuro. E juntos vamos fazer com que assim seja.
What a way to celebrate a rich cultural heritage and, of course, to make clear our mission. It is my absolute honor to introduce to stage a pioneer in the industry, Mr. NJ Ayuk, Executive Chairman of the African Energy Chamber, for welcoming address. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, President Joao Lorenzo, honorable ministers, members of the industry and the media, my friends, all protocols observed. Welcome to Angola. Guys, stop being boring. Welcome to Angola. All right. Get this, who could have started it better than this amazing performance? Put your hands together for them. We're living at a time when young Africans, young Angolans are speaking to us, for us, about our future. It could not have been a better opening than a poetic, but yet true rendition of where we stand as an industry. If Angola was a business or a case study, it would be a case study at Harvard Business School. It's a case study around how to turn around, a case study about how to get it going when everybody counts you out. A case study about an industry that takes shots every day. People not believing in what they do, but working together with government, with leadership, defines a path, and that path that industry stands and say, we can turn it around and move it together. That is Angola, and that's why we have everyone in this room that was not there in 2019. I can see Gordon smiling like nobody ever expected. Guido Brusco is back. They took him out of Angola, he keeps coming back. I think, Mr. President, you might want to make him a citizen. But also you saw a concessionary ANPG that decided and worked so hard with the industry, and now you see Angola signing new contracts. Transformation around Sonangol, making it more efficient, more pragmatic, lean, and meaner. A ministry that decided to divulge powers to other sectors. In Africa, we like to keep the power to us. But in Angola, they give the power to others and say, go out there and work and do business. That's something you don't see around Africa. Minister Gabriel, is that true? Angola divides power and say, get on there, get to work. Fiscals that look so good that Chevron commits to a risk service agreement on Block 49 and 50. I don't know if you people know what risk service agreements for some of the guys in the back. You take a lot of risks in ultra deep water and spend a lot of money. And Exxon didn't say, I want to stay away. Exxon just likes to get in with the show. Where's Richard? Richard says, I'm going to drill more wells. And that's why you see Richard going on 30, 44. Then he didn't stop there. He said, at 45. And 45 became the great story. So we got Richard moving. Richard, you're going to drill very soon. And we're going to get some results. Mr. Minister, I promised I wouldn't use those 3 words of freedom. But last night you told me it's okay. And you became the minister of drill, baby, drill. We need to be proud of this industry and never apologize to anybody when we believe in drilling. I believe in drilling. I believe in oil so much, I don't know what I would do without oil. But Angola didn't stop there. Angola moved on projects. That's why we're seeing the Lobito corridor, the Lobito refineries, and you're seeing GEMCO and others moving forward. But it even makes it better. Country welcomes new independence. That's why you have the Afentras of the world. Paul McDade left Tola. I thought the guy was out of work. But the guy comes right back with Afentra, and Angola gives him a new home. Paul, there's always home for a refugee. So you are welcome. But more work needs to be done. Reforms must continue. We must encourage gas. We must encourage downstream. We must also encourage to look at developing the petrochemicals. Sometimes in Africa, we have to also reflect on this and look at ourselves and say, isn't it a surprise when a country like Ukraine is at war, it still feeds us? We can feed Africa by developing urea, ammonia, fertilizer plants to feed our people and boost agriculture. That is really needed. Our above ground risk issues have to continue to be addressed, because when we address our above ground risk issues, I'm a capitalist, I like cutting taxes, so if we can cut some more taxes and make it more friendlier, it'll be good. Deal with VAT issues, that will boost things up and really gives us a shot in the arm. But we must not forget that we still live in a times where as much as these reforms continue, I love the reforms. Even Biden wants to have an action on it. He says he's coming here. He said, I'm not going to leave office without going to see the Angolan reforms. That's so good. You're welcome, Mr. President. But energy poverty is still real. We must reflect as we think about oil and gas. 600 million Africans don't have access to electricity. 900 million, no access to clean cooking technologies. Most of them women. We must be those agents of change. We must listen to her and those young girls. We must listen to these young people and understand that our job is not to be change makers for today, for our bank accounts, but also for those in this country that still are lacking of opportunity. That's why local content must be a cornerstone of this industry. Women have to be a centerpiece on how we drive. We can no longer accept that women are still the last hired and the first fired in our industry. We have to really take on those bold steps to target issues like abuse on women at the workplace and create a more livable and working environment for women to feel safe in our industry. Folks, if our industry responds to that calling with faith, then our industry starts to live to its true meaning. As we start new projects and as we move forward, we must look at young people and say, we I'm an old man, I'm going on, but we must pass the rope. Look at a young person in the back and say, come eat at my table. Pass the rope to them and say, I've climbed bigger mountains, I've gone up some big trees, but you have to climb those mountains. But when you're the young guy, you climb up. Look down at me, wave at me, because I will still be climbing some other mountains. That's what our industry means. That's what Angola Oil and Gas means. That's what we must drive. So I wish you a good 2 to 3 days of discussions, and I also wish you more returns, more reforms, and thank you for having this little country boy to start this conference. Thank you so much.
Sem dúvida alguma, discurso emocionante e motivador do Mr.
A very emotional and motivational speech from AJ. He just ended up showing us the power that our country has from rebirthing from ashes. Now it's time to listen to the Minister of Mineral Resources, the Minister of Oil and Gas, Diamantino Azevedo. A round of applause.
Bom, antes de começar, vou usar
Before we start, I would like to use our expression that Ayuk just used, which is drill, baby, drill. Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic and Head of Government, Excellencies Member of the Angolan Government, Excellencies MPs of the National Assembly, Excellencies Jaime Mulendo, Minister of Hydrocarbons of the DRC, Excellency Mamadou Coulibaly, Minister of Mines, Oil and Energy of Côte d'Ivoire, Excellency Cornelia Shilonga, Vice Minister of Mines and Energy of the Republic of Namibia, Excellency Minister of Hydrocarbons of Congo, Excellency Mar Farouk, Secretary General of ACO, Excellency Gabriel Obiang Lima, President of Strategic Partnership of Central Africa, members of diplomatic corps accredited in Angola, Excellency representatives of international organizations related to oil and gas, Excellency of Energy, Capital and Power, organizer of the event, representative of companies that operate in the oil and gas sector, national and international, local and international press, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I would like beforehand to welcome all participants in this fifth conference and international exposition, which is the Angola Oil and Gas that starts today. A special greeting and thanks to His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic and Head of Government, for honoring us with his presence in the condition of our guest of honor who will preside the opening speech of this event. Our special thanks also go to Capital Energy and Power, the organizer of this event, and all technical teams of the Ministry of Biofuels, Mineral Resources, Sonangol, IRP, and all sponsors of this event for the dedication and for the organization of the event. The fifth edition of the conference on oil and gas 2024 with the topic on to boost development which brings about international challenge. The sector presents a positive tendency, confirming its resilience and adaptation to adverse situations. Would like to recall that currently energy security is the main topic on the global energy agenda, with different challenges for access to financing to different oil and gas activities of exploration and development, and challenges for the diversification on energy matrix for developing countries. It is important that all countries, developing countries, should have a common agenda to assure a just transition and a well-programmed transition. We realize that the just transition should safeguard the utilization of all energy sources, giving possibility to all producing countries to continue developing its resources and efforts on the exploration and development activities to assure a sustainable reserve and continuity of production, promoting the economic growth of the countries. Excellency President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Angolan government since 2017 has been promoting reforms to improve the legal instruments, contractual instruments, in order to create more competitive conditions and transparent to allow these instruments in the upstream and downstream in the oil and gas activity. In this particular, we realize that the traditional companies in our market and others have been manifesting their interest in exploration and development of oil fields in our country. We would like to emphasize the fact that currently our greatest challenge is the mitigation and decline of oil production, and for this reason the current focus of the government in the sector is the maintenance of production of this commodity above 1 million barrels per day during the coming years. We would also like to emphasize the fact that the Angolan government, under the leadership of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic, is still dedicated on measures to improve and consolidate a competitive business environment to attract investment and economy diversification, allowing maximum benefits for the Angolan people and just returns for the investors. We continue to explore hydrocarbons extractions, concessions, as well as the productions of blocks in coincidence with the strategies of concession distributions. Recently, the National Assembly approved the request of legislation that authorizes the President to legislate under the current on mature fields to produce above the medium production per year, unlocking additional resources through new investments in these fields. There's an ongoing draft of strategy for distribution of consumption for 2026-2030, considering the sustainability of oil production in long term, and this is under a public consultation phase for biofuel strategies. It is an important instrument for development and monitorization of natural gases. The production of these measures is possible due to the teamwork, focus, determination, and resilience of all stakeholders in the industries that have been revealing themselves. And we make use of this opportunity to reiterate our appeal in order to continue with the same spirit and determination in order to achieve our common goals which we have set forth. We would also like to make use of this opportunity to reiterate our commitment to continue cooperating our partners in the industry and the international as well as regional organization for sustainability, not only regionally, continentally, but also globally. Lastly, we hope that all topics planned for this edition, Oil and Gas 2024, can be discussed largely, and that the decisions can be guidelines to face the challenges in the current oil and gas sector to assure energy security and achieve the sustainable objectives for the economy and the oil and gas sectors for our nations. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those insightful words, once more re-illustrating Angola's commitment to furthering the sector and advancing the industry. Now it is my absolute honor to hear from distinguished leaders in the industry, in the energy sector. We'd like to welcome to stage Mr. Mike Sangster, Senior Vice President for Africa at Total Energies. Let's give him a round of applause.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Angola, Dr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Excellency, Minister of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas, Engineer Diamantino Azevedo, representatives of the Angolan government, Excellencies, Ministers of African Ministers of Oil and Gas, Excellency of Chairman of the National Agency for Gas and Biofuel, Engineer Paulino Jerônimo, Excellency Chairman of Sonangol IPE, Engineer Gaspar Martins, distinguished partners, guests, all protocols respected. Good morning, everyone.
Driving exploration and development towards increased production. O tema prosposto na podia semera. So I think I will switch to English now, just to make it easier. You know, and I hope you see I have progressed a little bit since last year, but not very much. You know. So ladies and gentlemen, you know, as we mark 100 years of our company's existence this year, you know, we celebrate a century of excellence and innovation for Total Energies. In Africa, we began our adventure in Gabon 95 years ago, and today in all of our different business segments, we're present in more than 40 African countries. Africa represents about a fifth of our production, a quarter of our investment, and more than a third of our exploration activities. And we've consistently pushed the boundaries of what is possible in the energy industry, and especially here in Angola, which is still the deep witness to all these human achievements. Our legacy is built on the foundation of hard work, dedication, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. And what matters most now really is what's in front of us. So today we want to deliver more energy with less emissions and be ever more sustainable. So for Total Energies, the transition in Angola consists of keeping our production of oil and gas going and increasing it, and launching renewables projects. So the company is involved in a number of brownfield projects which are made possible not only because of the geology, but also thanks to the conditions brought together by ANPG and contractual matters that promote investments. And the Honourable Minister just described some of those a few minutes ago. And those reforms, you know, will find its application very quickly. And in fact, for us, it's already led to the exploration of the Dahlia deep well, which is a well which has been on our radar for many, many years, but now we've drilled it, and also soon to the extension of the life of the Dahlia FPSO and some infill wells. So I really would like to recognise today the efforts made by the Murimpet and ANPG for creating this favourable context, so well done. But I think it's a great story here in Angola, and I think, to be honest, we have a fantastic job working in the oil and gas industry in Angola. We're very lucky. Because we're also involved in some major greenfield projects. We launched the Begonia field a couple of years ago, which will start up next year. And of course, this year in May, we launched the Caminho development on Block 20 in the presence of our CEO, Patrick Pouyanné. And Caminho will be the first development in the Kwanza Basin, which opens up a new petroleum province for Angola. and this will be a low-cost, low-emissions FPSO, which is fully electric, and our 7th FPSO in the country. So today we are proud to operate a diverse portfolio delivering production of more than 500,000 barrels per day from our FPSOs with the support of all of our partners, which represents almost half of the production today of the country. Now, I spoke about producing differently, and producing differently means respecting the environment. And I want to give some examples of what we're doing along those lines. So we're implementing closed flare projects on the Girasol and Dahlia FPSO, which will reroute the gas which normally goes to the flare back into the process so the gas can be monetized. And also, as part of a $1 billion international program for energy efficiency, we're significantly reducing the energy consumption on our FPSOs, which again means the gas can be delivered to the market. So I also mentioned, the renewable sides, our multi-energy strategy. And we're also expanding here in Angola in the renewable side. So together with Sonangol, we'll soon start constructing the 35 megawatt Quilemba photovoltaic plant. And of course, in Angola, we're also present in the downstream sector. And today we have 52 service stations in the country, some of them equipped with solar panels, and we continue to expand our network. And in fact, in the coming weeks, we'll soon start our 2nd station with high-speed EV charging, which is a sign of we're moving towards the future. But I think as well, our commitment goes beyond the energy business, and we must also involve the communities in all of our activities. And I think one other good example of that, of our commitment to the community, is the national challenge that we launched earlier this year. 100 anos, 100 empreendedores. I hope I got the pronunciation right. 100 years, 100 entrepreneurs, which I think is an exciting program. In just 4 months, we've had over 3,000 applications for this program across all the provinces of the country. So today, I feel proud of the past, and I feel confident about the future of our collaboration with the Angolan authorities, with ANPG, with Sonangol, and with all of our local partners. If I had a message today, I think it would be regarding the contractual and fiscal stability. I think it's so important for investors to work in an open, cooperative, and respectful environment. And this is clearly the case in Angola. And I think you can see the results for some of the projects that were mentioned at the beginning of the day, and some of the projects that we have sanctioned ourselves in the recent months. And we've also recently extended our concessions, so we'll be here for a while longer, while building, a brighter, a more sustainable future for our industry, and for Africa and for Angola. E bonito casamento que dura. Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
We thank you, Mr. Maxenser, for your consideration that has highlighted the presence of Total in our country and the work that have been doing and how that has been positively affecting our communities. One more round of applause, please. I now have the pleasure to call Mr. Gordon Bureau, the Vice President of Production for BP. Your attention, please.
Excellency President Lourenço, Minister Diamantino Azevedo, distinguished members of the Angolan government, Secretary of State José Barisso, Mr. Paulino Geronimo, CEO of the National Concessionaire, Mr. Caspar Martins, CEO of Sonangol, distinguished representatives from the oil sector companies. Ladies and gentlemen, bon dia. It is my very real pleasure to be here again at this conference. It's an honor to be here and to welcome my fellow partners and collaborators here in the industry. I'd like to thank His Excellency Minister Azevedo for his wise words earlier in his speech. And I congratulate His Excellency President Lourenço and his government on the many achievements. An ambitious energy vision for the country's wealth of natural resources, determination to turn vision into reality as we see a new wave of projects in both oil and gas and renewables. And at BP, we particularly appreciate the welcoming attitude towards international investment. All three factors enabled BP and Eni to come together and realize the vision we had for Azule Energy, creating a new joint venture with the capability and resources to unleash the full potential of Angola's oil and gas resources. As Azule Energy, we have built a new relationship, and I believe a stronger relationship between our two companies and this remarkable country. One where we're growing in confidence together, where our commitment is stronger than ever, and one built on common goals. Let me briefly say a little more about each of these 3 points. First, confidence. I would like to pay tribute to the actions of the government in the time since we created Azule 2 years ago. Actions such as the positive terms and flexibility to oil and gas producing companies, and legislation that paved the way for the establishment of the New Gas Consortium, opening the door for Angola's first natural gas field development, which Azule Energy is proud to operate. By providing confidence to those seeking to invest in the country, Angola encourages something else. It encourages commitment, which is my second point. BP's commitment to Angola began 25 years ago and continues today through the successful Azule Energy joint venture, Angola's largest independent producer of oil and gas, producing well over 200,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day, with the ambition to produce 250,000 barrels per day within the next few years. Energy produced off Angola's coast, which is central to its overall success. And our work together does not stop there. Last year at this very conference, Azule agreed to expand its cooperation on decarbonisation initiatives in Angola. It's working towards finalising plans for the Karakula Phase 2 solar project, building on the success of Phase 1, which started up in 2023. And actively working with the government and partners to seek ways to reduce emissions, producing oil and gas and investing in low carbon solutions. And this brings me to my third point, common goals. Common goals that BP, Azule Energy and Angola are pursuing. They are the common goals necessary to ensure energy flows to where it is needed today. While the new energy system is being built for tomorrow, they are common goals that enable the just and fair energy transition that we desire. They are quite simply the common goals needed in a changing world. Azule's work now extends beyond Angola's borders, with plans to drill exploration wells offshore Namibia later this year with our partner Rhino Resources, but managed from here in Angola with Angolan talent. This will help unlock resources from the Orange Basins, which is becoming a very prolific oil and gas field. This is in addition to the 14 exploration wells being drilled in Angolan waters by Azule over the next few years, specifically in Block 114, the first specific gas exploration well in Angola, and Block 47, which could open up a new area of the deep water. In turn, supporting Azule's vision to become a regional leader in the energy sector. I've talked about confidence, commitment, and common goals, and I'll finish up with one final word beginning with C, and that is community. I say that because our presence in this country, our commitment to this country, goes beyond producing energy. It's also about contributing to the communities in which we work. For BP and Azul, we are proud to have helped serve the Angolan community, delivering schools to educate this country's children, training many hundreds of health professionals and supporting thousands of farmers, protecting many thousands of hectares of mangroves and millions of turtles, and cleaning 2 provinces of landmines that blighted communities. So we're delivering for Angola and its people. On behalf of Azul and everyone at BP, I'd like to thank His Excellency and members of the government and our partners for your continued support and friendship. We look forward to building on our fantastic relationship together, a relationship founded on confidence, commitment, and common goals. Thank you.
A clear demonstration of the power of collaboration and the success that it brings, along with the theme that is recurring on how the oil and gas sector is beyond producing, but brings in the element of community and, of course, preparing for a future that is changing. Right now, we'd like to welcome to stage Mr. Guido Brusco, Chief Operating Officer for Natural Resources at Eni. Let's give him a very warm round of applause.
Sua Excelência, Presidente João Manuel
Your Excellency, President João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Excellency Mr. Diamantino Azevedo, Minister of Mineral Resources, members of the Angolan government and from other African countries, colleagues, leaders in the industries, and colleagues. It's with great honor that I address to you as an Eni, as a stakeholder of Azul Energy, to share our vision of the African energy sector. Our commitment is to continue investing in Angola. Eni is present in Africa since 1950. And for the years, it has consolidated a model of a dual flag, which implies a spirit of equal cooperation that goes beyond the business or corporate activities. And thanks to this approach, we contributed to the development of the energy sector locally, and at the same time, we support development of activities of economic diversities and structural projects. The African continent has got enormous potential and is growing in the global economy, and the strategy of Eni is to approach a more complete environment in the sector. More than 50% of the investment in research in the last 10 years was for Africa. In the first place, Eni always had a constant focus in exploration, realizing a huge number of great discoveries. Just to mention a few recent ones in Africa, that the Minister of Ivory Coast, the first few discoveries after 20 years of trials by other players. Apart from that, we've been the main players for startup for liquor resources, like the Coral Sul of Mozambique, the first LNG floating unit for an African country, which will soon duplicate its capacity with the development of the Northern Coral. Last year, 2023, the DRC also became one of the few exporters of LNG thanks to our project. In Angola, Mr. President, we went beyond with the creation of Azul, like mentioned by Gordon. It's a combination of business with BP to add value to the synergies and bring about this transformation. We mentioned the new gas consortium. So it was the first project with the purpose to value non-associated gas. The new FPSO, Gordon, a multi-billion-dollar project, which was created to be one of the most efficient ones in the world with the implementation of the latest technologies. And we hope to anticipate the start-up of both projects as a result of our efficiency during the execution phase. 2025 will also have a significant commitment with exploration for Azul, with the exploration of three important wells, which were mentioned earlier. Block 14 to unlock legal reserves and deep waters in 46 and 47. 46 and then 28 in Namibia. So apart from that, as it was mentioned by Gordon, Namibia also reflects a greatest mission of Azul to set itself as a key actor in the energy sector in the region, promoting local employment and development. Ladies and gentlemen, together we are starting a journey towards that which we call a just energy transition, assuring access to energy by the population. At the same time, we promote sustainability, accessibility, and economic growth. It's an economic integrated model for biofuels. We produce vegetable oil from raw materials that are cultivated in degraded lands or cultivations of second cultures, valuing agro-industrial products without removing earth or food productions or other natural ecosystems. And Angola has got huge potential to produce raw agricultural materials for biorefinery or biofuels. We are promoting initiatives to impulse this value added to agriculture with the production of 100,000 tons of oil through the cultivations of Mamona in degraded areas, and over 150,000 hectares of land. And with the involvement of over 100,000 farmers that will benefit additional income and annual income. We are also involved in sustainable development in Angola through integrated projects that are set in education, access to potable water, energy, and care. For instance, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health of Angola, we have implemented an initiative to combat infectious diseases and improve maternal and infant health. This project already trained over 600 personnel in health, achieving about 130,000 patients. In conclusion, distinguished guests, I would like to thank the support of the leadership, His Excellency the President and the Minister of Mineral Resources, as well as the National Concessionaire, Sonangol, and all other government entities of Angola. Together, we are moving in the same direction with a strategic vision. Thank you very much.
We are now proceeding with what we came here to see. As we mentioned earlier, this event showcases the country's commitment to driving forward its oil and gas sector, and that's what we've been hearing throughout the special addresses and remarks made this morning. Now, in that spirit, we proceed to a deal signing ceremony. showcasing Angola, the continent, and the sector's continued commitment to regional cooperation and innovation in the energy sector. In this moment, we will witness the signing of two key agreements, the first one being between the Minister of Hydrocarbons for the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Minister for Petroleum, Minerals and Gas for Angola. As we bring to stage the deal signing table, we'd like to take a moment as we await for the ministers to come to stage as well. Please join me in welcoming to stage the Minister for Hydrocarbons for the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Minister for Petroleum, Minerals and Gas for Angola. Let's give them a big round of applause as they come to proceed for this deal signing ceremony.
Senhoras e senhores, este é acordo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an agreement between Angola and the DRC for a combined zone. It is historic a step. We're sure that it will bring a number of benefits for both countries.
A round of applause. We would like to invite ANPG and Sonangol to join in a family photo before the ministers leave the stage.
Excelência, Presidente da República.
Bon, Excellency, President of the Republic, I will perhaps intervene in the protocol for a small clarification, because what we just signed has to do with one of the last instruments. We will have another one of a process that has been going on for over 20 years, and with the leadership of the President João Lourenço, we've given it new dynamics. We have signed several documents, and today we finally came to the last two documents, which will be ratified by the parliaments of both countries, and we will then have all conditions created to finally start with the activity in the common zone of oil and gas exploration between Angola and the DRC. The operator has already been chosen as well. We believe that later on it will be our dynamics that will realize the dream of both countries. Angola already has experience with the project with the DRC, the ANZE project, and we will carry all these experience to this project. Thank you very much.
We would like to invite the Minister for Hydrocarbons for the Democratic Republic of Congo to come back to stage, as well as ANPG and Sonangol for the family photo. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to stage. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The agreement between the Minister of Hydrocarbons and Ministry of Petroleum, Minerals and Gas for Angola.
Temos agora mais acordo a ser
We now
assinado.
have another agreement to be
A Tânia
signed.
fará o favor de chamar
Tanya
as
will do the
entidades
honors
responsáveis.
to call upon the
And in
entities
this
in
second agreement, we
charge.
would like to welcome to stage the Minister of Finance for Angola, as well as the Minister of Finance for DRC, for another key agreement demonstrating collaboration and fostering a future we can all be proud of. Let's give them a round of applause as they come to stage. A round of applause, ladies and
Uma salva
gentlemen,
de palmas,
for
senhoras
the
e senhores.
second key signing agreement done today at the Angola Oil and Gas.
Muito obrigada a ambas as entidades. Podem retornar aos vossos lugares.
Places.
Obrigada a ambos.
Thank you very much, both.
Enquanto pedimos que o protocolo possa
Whilst we ask for the protocols to take the table for the special moment that is coming,
nós vamos ter aqui mais
we are going to have here again
momento no qual pedimos a vossa
another
especial
moment that now we ask for your special attention.
Este é momento que, na verdade, vai
This is a moment that really is going to establish the tonic of this forum. From when has assumed the cargo, Their Excellency has been one of the principal responsible for a strong skill in the terms of petroleum and gas. Then I have the honor of calling to this case Your Excellency, the President of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço.
Excelência Diamantino Pedro Azevedo, Ministro dos Recursos Minerais, Petróleo e Gás, Excelências membros do Executivo e do Parlamento angolano presentes nesta cerimónia, Excelências Ministros das Repúblicas da Namíbia, da República do Congo, da República Democrática do Congo e da República da Côte d'Ivoire, Excelências e representantes das organizações internacionais e regionais ligadas ao setor petrolífero global, Excelências membros do Corpo Diplomático acreditado em Angola e convidados a esta conferência, Excelentíssimos representantes das empresas que operam no setor petrolífero nacional e internacional, distintos participantes, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. É com muita honra que aceitei o convite para presidir e proceder à abertura deste importante evento. Permitam-me começar por saudar a todos os presentes nesta cerimónia e felicitar o Ministério dos Recursos Minerais, Petróleo e Gás e a empresa Energy Capital and Power pela organização desta 5ª edição da Conferência e Exposição Angola Oil and Gas 2024, que se realiza sob o lema Impulsionar a exploração e o desenvolvimento para aumentar a produção em Angola. Esta conferência reveste-se de grande importância e realiza-se num período em que a situação geopolítica e macroeconômica internacional tem criado inúmeras distorções nos mercados internacionais, incluindo o do petróleo e gás natural, apresentando assim vários desafios para a nossa economia. Para além disso, o setor do petróleo e gás natural tem também enfrentado alguns constrangimentos, como a dificuldade na obtenção de financiamento para projetos do ramo extrativo, por se priorizarem investimentos na área de energias renováveis, em detrimento de investimentos na exploração e desenvolvimento de campos petrolíferos. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Angola continua com a sua aspiração de ser um produtor competitivo de hidrocarbonetos, contribuindo para a segurança energética a nível global. A este respeito, ações foram orientadas para assegurar o crescimento da atividade petrolífera e para a diversificação econômica, com o fim de criar riqueza e prosperidade para o país e para os angolanos. O Governo tem vindo a trabalhar incansavelmente para estabelecer um ambiente regulatório atraente e globalmente competitivo, com políticas e regimes fiscais orientados para o mercado. Para mitigar os principais constrangimentos apurados, definimos o modelo de governação do setor petrolífero, o que permitiu a estratificação e definição do papel de cada entidade, particularmente em matérias ligadas à superintendência, concessionária, regulação, fiscalização e operação. Nestes termos, foi criada a Agência Nacional de Petróleo, Gás e Biocombustíveis, ANPG, como concessionária nacional que tem a responsabilidade de regular, promover e fiscalizar a execução das atividades petrolíferas no segmento do upstream. Instituímos também o Instituto Regulador dos Derivados do Petróleo, que se ocupa da regulação e fiscalização nos outros segmentos, o do midstream e do downstream. A Sonangol ficou reservado o papel de empresa pública com foco no seu principal objeto social, que compreende toda a cadeia de valor da indústria petrolífera, designadamente a prospecção, pesquisa, produção, refinação, transporte, armazenagem, distribuição e comercialização de petróleo, gás natural e produtos derivados. Este modelo de governação conferiu maior transparência e competitividade ao setor, tornando-o mais atrativo para a captação de investimentos privados nacionais e estrangeiros, que permitiram manter a produção nacional de petróleo acima de 1.100.000 barris de petróleo dia. Para garantir que a produção petrolífera angolana continue acima de 1 milhão de barris de petróleo dia, o Executivo definiu importantes medidas fiscais, contratuais e operacionais, entre as quais destacamos a estratégia de licitação de novas concessões petrolíferas para o período 2019-2025, que visa a adjudicação de pelo menos 50 novos blocos, tendo sido adjudicados já mais de 30 blocos até a presente data. A estratégia de exploração de hidrocarbonetos para o período 2020-2025, que visa a realização de atividades de reconhecimento, acessibilidade e estudos geológicos para a aferição do potencial petrolífero das bacias interiores de Angola, Cassange e Etosha-Okavango, com vista a impulsionar e intensificar a reposição de reservas. O regime de oferta permanente de blocos petrolíferos que permite a promoção e negociação permanente de blocos licitados e não adjudicados, áreas livres em blocos concessionados e concessões atribuídas à concessionária nacional. As importantes medidas tomadas pelo Executivo estão agora a ter efeitos positivos, destacando-se a implementação dos projetos Begónia, do Bloco 17/06, Agogo, do Bloco 15/06, Lifua, Ndola Sul, do Bloco 0 e Caminho, do Bloco 20/21, que contribuirão para a estabilização da produção petrolífera a curto e a médio prazo. Entretanto, algumas medidas terão o seu efeito a mais longo prazo, tais como o desenvolvimento do projeto Caminho pela Total Energies e seus parceiros e as atividades na bacia do Namibe, onde a ExxonMobil está a executar o seu primeiro poço de exploração. Para o segmento de midstream e downstream, o Executivo definiu como objetivos prioritários a construção de 3 novas refinarias, em Cabinda, no Soio e no Lubito, e a construção de instalações para o armazenamento de combustíveis líquidos e gasosos em terra, com particular destaque para o terminal oceânico da Barra do Dande. Estas ações combinadas permitirão ao país possuir uma capacidade de armazenagem superior a 1 milhão de metros cúbicos de combustíveis. A liberalização do setor dos derivados do petróleo abriu espaço para mais operadores desenvolverem atividades de logística, distribuição e comercialização de produtos refinados, pelo que o Executivo apela aos prezados investidores que olhem para esta oportunidade de negócio. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, o Decreto Executivo Presidencial número 7/18, de 18 de maio, estabelece o regime jurídico e fiscal aplicável às atividades de exploração, produção e venda de gás natural não associado ao petróleo. Com base neste diploma legal, estão a ser implementados projetos estruturantes de gás natural, com particular realce para o novo consórcio do gás, cujo objetivo principal é garantir o fornecimento contínuo deste produto à fábrica da Angola LNG e à central do ciclo combinado do Soio e sustentar a implementação de outros projetos, tais como da indústria petroquímica, indústria de fertilizantes, siderurgia e outras. Está em fase de conclusão o Plano Diretor do Gás Natural, que deverá definir as bases para alavancar o potencial de recursos de gás natural de Angola num horizonte temporal de cerca de 30 anos, de modo a garantir a criação de empregos e a geração de receitas para o Estado, contribuindo para o desenvolvimento socioeconômico do país. Excelências, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, temos perfeita noção da gravidade da crise climática global e dos seus efeitos cada vez mais nocivos para os países e povos. Contudo, acreditamos que os países produtores de hidrocarbonetos têm o direito de desenvolver os seus recursos para o bem dos seus povos e nações, desde que tomem as medidas adequadas para minimizar os efeitos nefastos sobre o ambiente e o clima. Entendemos que as ações do setor petrolífero devem promover a exploração sustentável dos recursos energéticos fósseis e usar parte dos seus proveitos e capacidade técnica para gradualmente fomentar e fortalecer o surgimento de uma indústria de fontes renováveis de energia, tais como a solar, a eólica, o hidrogênio verde, a biomassa e outras. Os intervenientes nas atividades de exploração e produção de petróleo e gás foram orientados a adotarem medidas de mitigação e compensação das emissões de gases de efeito de estufa, entre as quais destacamos a eliminação ou diminuição da queima do gás, a adoção de tecnologia e equipamentos operacionais menos poluentes, a proteção e a conservação da flora e da fauna, bem como a execução de programas para a criação de florestas ou a reflorestação. A Sonangol Empresa Pública, na base de parcerias com empresas petrolíferas internacionais, designadamente a Eni e a Total Energies, construiu a central fotovoltaica do Caraculo, na província do Namibe, e está a desenvolver um projeto similar na Quilemba, província da Huila, as quais contribuirão com energia limpa na matriz energética nacional para o benefício das populações destas localidades. Por outro lado, a Sonangol EP estabeleceu uma parceria com empresas alemãs para desenvolver um projeto de produção de hidrogênio verde, o que irá contribuir para a diversificação e sustentabilidade do seu portfólio de negócios, bem como promover o desenvolvimento socioeconômico do país no ramo das energias renováveis. Excelências, caros participantes, o Decreto Presidencial número 271/20, de 20 de outubro, vulgo Lei do Conteúdo Local do Setor Petrolífero, é um instrumento legal que visa o recrutamento, integração, formação e desenvolvimento profissional dos quadros e técnicos angolanos e a inserção de empresas angolanas para a prestação de serviços e fornecimento de bens de produção nacional no setor petrolífero. O Ministério dos Recursos Minerais, Petróleo e Gás e a Agência Nacional de Petróleo, Gás e Biocombustíveis têm a responsabilidade de supervisionar e garantir a implementação deste diploma legal. Contudo, apenas teremos o sucesso almejado se todos os operadores nas vestes de investidores e as empresas de conteúdo local participarem de forma harmoniosa na sua implementação. Gostaria, por conseguinte, de aproveitar esta oportunidade para apelar a todos os atores do setor petrolífero a prestarem uma especial atenção aos jovens recém-formados, criando condições para a sua inserção no mercado de trabalho. Excelências, caros convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores, Angola continua aberta ao investimento privado nacional e estrangeiro, propondo termos e condições contratuais e fiscais justas, com vantagens para todos os que pretendem investir no nosso país. Assumimos a responsabilidade de continuar a trabalhar em estreita colaboração com as organizações internacionais para o desenvolvimento sustentável dos nossos recursos petrolíferos, contribuindo para a transição e segurança energéticas e também para a diversificação da economia nacional, de forma a maximizar os benefícios para a sociedade angolana e assegurarmos o retorno dos investimentos realizados. Pelo facto de o declínio da produção petrolífera nacional representar um dos maiores desafios da nossa indústria, o Ministério dos Recursos Minerais, Petróleo e Gás e os seus órgãos tutelados têm estado a desenvolver esforços para a execução de programas com vista a mitigar esta situação, com especial foco na captação de novos investimentos para impulsionar o desenvolvimento sustentável em toda a cadeia da indústria petrolífera nacional. Excelências, caros convidados, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Para terminar, gostaria de dar as boas-vindas a todos os participantes desta quinta edição da Conferência e Exposição Angola Oil and Gas 2024. Ao unir decisores e investidores nacionais, regionais e globais, auguramos que este evento sirva de plataforma para se promoverem discussões robustas e estabelecerem-se acordos que possam contribuir para um maior desenvolvimento do setor petrolífero. Com estas palavras, declaro oficialmente aberta a quinta edição da Conferência e Exposição Angola Oil and Gas 2024. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, President. Excellency highlights the importance of this forum, the objectives of the government for the sector, outlines the importance on all when reaching those outcomes without forgetting the youth. I invite President to visit the stand that surely will be surprised by what you see. Let us request the head of the delegations to come to your stands. Excellency will pass through all stands. Meanwhile, we'll go for a 30-minute break for coffee break, and this coffee is sponsored by Sun News.
Your Excellency, thank you. As Dina Mena has said, we would like to humbly invite you to visit the exhibition, which is an opportunity for us to discover innovation, technologies, and key projects presented by our exhibitors. For all of us in the room, we'd like to invite the heads of delegation to make their way to their exhibitions, and we will also be taking a 30-minute break before reconvening. Thank you very much.
One, two, one.
Senhoras e senhores, bem-vindos novamente. Gostaria de chamar a vossa atenção. Um dos nossos delegados perdeu uma mala. É uma mala de cabedal azul. Se alguém por acaso vir, possa entrar em contato com a produção para poder entregar a mala. É uma mala azul de cabedal, parecida a essas que vocês têm nas vossas cadeiras. Se por acaso alguém viu essa mala, por favor, entre em contato com a produção para que possamos então entregar a mala ao seu respectivo dono.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like your attention for a moment. We are looking for a laptop briefcase that is blue, that has been displaced. If you do find it, please bring it to one of the info centers or to a member of the team. Thank you very much.
Angola's history is defined by resilience. Following a period of growth and change, the country has emerged stronger, poised to embrace a new era of possibility. Economic prosperity, empowered youth, energy independence, and enriched lives. These are the aspirations of the nation, rich in natural resources, minerals, and innovative solutions. Now is the time to turn Angola's aspirations into reality. In 1910, the first oil concession was awarded in the Kwanza onshore basin. It was the beginning of a journey made possible with the grit and determination of Angola's people. From the first exploration well in 1915 to the most recent discovery, the Lekembe-1 well in Block 15, Angola has been on a quest for greatness. In 1955, the first commercial oil discovery was made in Benfica, near Luanda. Oil production began that year, and by 1988, the Petrofina refinery in Luanda was producing 18,000 barrels of oil per day. In 2008, the country achieved its highest ever production of 1.9 million barrels per day. Today, production is sustained above 1 million barrels per day, fueling Angola's continued rise. Now is the time to invest in Angola. Robust policies, strong local content provisions, a proactive government stance, these have transformed the industry from within. Now Angola is leveraging its rich experience to drive exploration and development towards increased production. Now is the time to drive projects forward. The $6 billion Camino development, the $12 billion Angola LNG plant, the $6 billion Lobito refinery. These projects will turn economic aspirations into reality. Now is the time to seize new opportunities. Up to 29 blocks are available for investment, 4 onshore, 9 offshore, 5 marginal, and 11 on permanent offer. Since 2019, Angola Oil and Gas has been connecting companies to opportunities, transforming ideas into tangible developments. Now is the time to advance the industry. Sustainable solutions, technological prowess, modern infrastructure, and experienced personnel. Angola is not just keeping the pace, but setting the pace in global oil and gas development. Now is the time to strengthen partnerships. The nation's international industry event, Angola Oil and Gas, unites companies, enhances collaborations, boosts investments, and champions development. Oil and gas has underpinned Angola's economic evolution, and it will form the basis of its next era of prosperity. Now is the time to invest in exploration. Now is the time to commit to development. Now is the time to produce more Angolan energy for the benefit of generations to come.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
pedimos um especial favor que possam ocupar os vossos
we ask you a
lugares.
very
Só dificultar a minha tarefa.
special, so that you can occupy your spaces.
Gostaríamos que pudessem
We would like you
dividir o corredor para quem
We would
está
like you
ainda
to
lá
make
fora
free the hall for those who are
possa entrar
on the
e
other
ocupar o
side to
seu
get in
lugar.
and occupy their spaces.
Não podemos perder muito mais
We
tempo.
cannot lose no more
Senão o
second.
ministro que está a chegar agora
Otherwise, the
não me convida
minister
para
that
fazer
is
o evento
coming
do próximo ano.
will not invite me to come and present next year.
Agradecíamos, por favor, que possam ocupar os vossos lugares. Obrigada.
Please occupy your spaces. Thank you.
Estamos todos? Senhores, obrigada por estarem de volta.
Thank you
Nós
for
então
being back.
vamos continuar.
We,
Este ano nós temos
this
novidades.
year we have
Vão
news.
acontecer a par e passo das discussões e
We
conversas
have
que estão a acontecer
discussions
aqui
that
neste
are
palco.
ongoing
Vão
at this
acontecer
stage.
sessões
There will
paralelas.
be
Vocês
side
podem
sections.
acompanhar a par e passo
You
todas
can
essas
follow
sessões
all those
descarregando o programa
sections,
através
logging
do
on
QR
the
Code
channel
que vai
through the
estar
QR code
disponibilizado.
that will be made
E então vão
available.
poder ver o que
Then
está a
you will be
acontecer
able to
nas
see
outras
what is
salas,
happening
não
at the other
só aí no
rooms,
piso da
not
exposição, mas
just here
também
on the
no
exposition,
primeiro andar.
but also on the
Pedimos
first
também
floor.
que quando
I would
postarem
also
nas redes
ask when you
sociais,
post
a
on the
vossa
social
presença
media,
imprescindível neste fórum
your
exclusivo,
presence is
possam
important.
usar a
Please
hashtag
use hashtag AOG2024. We thank you for doing that.
Vamos para mais
Now let's go for another moment. Let us listen to the General Secretary of the Gas Exporting Countries, Mr. Mohamed Hamel. Please your attention for the virtual remarks speech. Excelências,
it is a distinct honor to once again address the Angola Oil and Gas Conference and Exhibition. In the outset, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to His Excellency Diamantino Pedro Azevedo for his kind invitation. Under his leadership, Angola is ushering in a new era of energy prosperity. We are proud that the Republic of Angola is a member of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, the GECF, an intergovernmental organization comprising 20 countries that collectively represent around 70% of global gas reserves and 40% of gas exports. Excellencies, the recent global health and economic crisis, coupled with rising geopolitical tensions, have underscored energy's critical role as the lifeblood of modern economies, driving sustainable development. These challenges have pushed energy security to the top of policy agendas, highlighting the need to balance security, affordability, and sustainability. This balancing act is complex for all nations, but especially for Africa. Looking ahead, the challenge intensifies as global energy demand grows. According to the latest GECF Global Gas Outlook, global primary energy consumption is projected to increase by 20% by 2050, driven by a global population growth of 1.7 billion, primarily in developing countries, and a doubling of the global economy size. Meeting diverse energy demands while protecting the environment highlights the need for a nationally determined approach. There is no single universal solution. Achieving sustainable development goals and the Paris Agreement objectives requires integrating a variety of energy sources and technologies tailored to each country's specific circumstances, capabilities, and priorities. Yet, in this intricate tapestry of energy pathways, one prominent thread stands out: natural gas. Available, clean, flexible, versatile, natural gas facilitates orderly, equitable, and cost-effective energy transitions that leave no one behind. Switching from wood to LPG for cooking and heating can significantly lower indoor pollution, which the World Health Organization attributes to 3.2 million deaths per annum globally. This shift not only improves health, but also helps preserve forests, a vital carbon sink, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Natural gas enhances urban air quality, supports power grids reliant on intermittent renewables, and plays a vital role in global food security, being the primary component in fertilizer production. The GECF projects natural gas demand to increase by 36% by 2050, and its share will rise from 23% today to 26% in 2050. It is the fastest growing energy after renewables. GECF member countries are actively working to enhance the sustainability of natural gas by improving energy efficiency, reducing gas flaring and methane emissions, scaling up carbon capture and utilization and storage, and advancing the development of the blue hydrogen economy. Excellencies, Africa, blessed with a young demographic and abundant natural resources, yet plagued by energy poverty, socio-economic development is an overriding priority. With 40% of the continent's population without access to reliable electricity, the energy needs are staggering. Energy demand is projected to more than double by 2050, driven by the population increase of nearly 1 billion, from 1.5 billion today to 2.5 in 2050, by rapid urbanization and by tripling of GDP. Notably, natural gas has seen a remarkable growth in Africa's energy mix, rising from 9% in 2000 to 16% in 2022, with projections suggesting a steady increase to 21% by 2050. Africa's natural gas resources are huge, and the continent remains underexplored. However, converting gas resources into proven reserves and reliable supply requires substantial investments in exploration, development, infrastructure, and human capacity building. The notion that natural gas investment is incongruent with climate change mitigation is misguided. African nations, bearing no historical responsibility for climate change, and contributing only a mere 3% to global greenhouse gas emissions, should not be penalized for using their natural resources to lift their people out of poverty. In the Algiers Declaration of the 7th GECF Summit, held in Algeria in March of this year, the heads of state and government expressed their strong support for African countries in their efforts to tackle energy poverty, improve energy access, and foster sustainable, equitable, and inclusive socio-economic development while protecting the environment. We call on financial institutions, particularly the African Development Bank, to lead in advancing natural gas development in Africa. The socio-economic upliftment of the continent is not only a right, but a priority. At GECF, we will continue championing this cause at the upcoming COP29 in Baku, and I invite everyone to visit our pavilion there, and I wish you a successful conference. Thank you very much.
We will now proceed to the first dialogue of the day, our ministerial panel, where we will hear from the most influential leaders truly driving the energy policies across the continent. It is my honor to welcome to stage His Excellency Diamantino Azevedo, Minister of Mineral Resources and Petroleum for Angola, His Excellency Aimé Molendo Sakombi, Minister of Hydrocarbons for the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Cornelia Shilunga, Deputy Minister of Mines and Energy for Namibia, His Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim, Secretary General at APPO. And to lead us in moderating this session is NJ Ayuk, Executive Chairman of the African Energy Chamber. Please welcome our distinguished guests to stage.
whenever you have an opportunity, good afternoon, whenever you have an opportunity to moderate a ministerial panel, you start by negotiating what you would do. And that tells you how it goes. But with us starting, we would like to give the first opening remarks from His Excellency, the Minister from the DRC, to open these discussions. Minister.
Merci, bonjour à tout le monde. C'était vraiment un plaisir de l'adresser, d'être invité ce jour pour la 5e conférence qu'organise l'Angola. Pour nous, l'Angola est
So it's good to be here in Angola, where Angola is a pioneer, and Angola is old sister in what has to do with the hydrocarbonate sector, and so we are here in a modest way to learn and have some dialogues, and we know that in these types of conference, the B2Bs are much more important, and we in 2 years, we have launched ourselves in the oil and gas sector, that were promoted. And unfortunately, on the 27 blocks, we did not have any success. And we are going to stop with exploration, and it will be on the 10th of October. That's when we are going to finish with the first series. We are going to we have block 1 and 2, which are the two which are the most productive blocks, and we are going to collect the seismic status and also the transmission of 3D. And at the end, we are going to optimize the transportation costs, negotiating with Ghana so that we can have access to the amendments. And we are also going to make a public procurement of the two blocks, and probably with block 3, which is productive, but it was amputated, and we are also going to protect it. We are also here to search for partners who can help us out, and why not think as Angola, so that Angola can get this database in terms of blocks that what the country possesses, and that is going to allow us to still continue to run with with the work that is also happening in neighboring countries. I'm also going to talk about the Brazil. Today we signed some treaties, which were the treaties of governance, which is also the production or exploration partnership, and we are making it more operational on the common interesting zone. We're just waiting for the ratification of the two countries, and this is going to be later after the approval of the two head of states. The Chevron will be the technical leader, and they're going to give us the calendar of the production. And before I finish, I would like to thank with warmth Thanksgiving to my brother Diamantino, and we are going to have some good contacts during these 2 days, and so that we can see if RDC can have
Thank you, Minister.
if we can all have some productive discussions and also take advantage of the experiences of Angola. Thank you so much.
While we are on opening remarks, we would give Her Excellency Cornelia Shilunga a chance for brief opening remarks before we get Dr. Omar Farouk.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Jose Massan, Minister of State for Economic Cooperation of Angola, His Excellency Diamantino Azevedo, Minister of Mineral Resources, Petroleum and Gas of Angola, all other excellencies and ministers that are present here today from Angola and other countries, Captain of Industries, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's an honor to speak to you at this prestigious event where we have gathered to discuss the future of an industry that plays a vital role in our economies. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to His Excellency, Engineer Diamantino, Minister, and all the organizers for a well-organized conference and a gracious host, the Republic of Angola. I found the theme of the 5th Annual Oil and Gas Conference and exhibition more fitting, driving exploration and development towards increased production in Angola. And this resonates so well with the current petroleum activities in Namibia as a frontier in the oil and gas. Angola has been a significant player in the oil and gas industry, and the government, along with the different stakeholders, has been actively engaged in exploration to boost production for over 6 decades, cutting across the value chain of oil production. As we all know, the oil and gas sector continues to be the mainstay of energy supply, and it has fueled industrial growth and contributed significantly to economic development worldwide. Your Excellencies, allow me to allude to the ever-flourishing relationship between Angola and Namibia, which has grown from the liberation struggle assistance and comradeship to thriving bilateral cooperation, touching on several sectors, which amongst others include energy, water, logistics and security and defense. The notion of working together towards achieving common objectives between Angola and Namibia is being assured by the fact that Angola and Namibia are both members of the regional, continental, and international bodies. Your Excellencies, it's worth mentioning that despite the long-standing relationship, our countries continue to fortify our bilateral relations by signing and ratifying several instruments and agreements. The cooperation between Angola and Namibia in the oil and gas sector continue to grow stronger, exemplifying by the Memorandum of Understanding between Namibia Ministry of Mines and Energy and Angola's National Oil, Gas and Biofuel Agency, ANPG. This partnership focuses on strengthening regulatory compliance, enhancing governance in the oil and gas industry. I'm therefore pleased to report that the implementation of this MOU is progressing well, with several joint projects already underway between the Petroleum Affairs Department and/or Directorate and the ANPG. The year 2022, His Excellency Diamantino visited Namibia with his delegation, and that has culminated in signing 2 memorandum of understanding and between the 2 governments, between the Ministry of Mines and Energy of Namibia and the Ministry of Mineral Resources, Petroleum and Gas of Angola. These agreements focus on the exchange program related to policies, laws, training, development, and research, and also for future developments. Secondly, it also culminated in a tripartite agreement between NAMCOR, our oil corporation company, NAMPORT for our port facility, and Sonangol. This strategic partnership demonstrated the power for regional collaboration and capacity building and acknowledging transfer within the knowledge transfer within the oil and gas sector. A significant achievement of this MOU is a successful training of 12 Namibians at the Sonil Logistic Base in Angola. The currently ongoing TSP training program will equip Namibians with essential technical skills and expertise, and this initiative fosters close ties between our nations. Namibia is an emerging player in the oil and gas, has a golden opportunity to leverage and learn from the robust expertise and successes of Angola in the oil and gas industry. Our countries need to work together in developing frameworks and bilateral collaborations. There are still more in Namibia to be discovered when it comes to investment, both in the Orange Basin offshore, Wolfish Bay, Lüderitz, and also in the Namibia Basin. There are tremendous opportunities that are mostly unexplored. Therefore, we are currently looking for investment in these basins. We are also finalizing our local content framework that will create an in-country value across the entire Namibia economy. The sector of oil and gas has been continually tested by different factors currently, geopolitics, market uncertainty, and that calls for us to adapt and remain agile and be innovative. Namibia exemplifies the efforts in both oil and gas and mining sector. We continue to collaborate with investors and industry stakeholders to foster further improvements. Our efforts to create an enabling environment for investors played a significant role in driving the drilling campaigns by Shell, Total Energies, Galp, and Qatar Energy. The investment these companies are making in Namibia will play a central role in generating government revenue, building roads, bridges, and dams, creating jobs and improving standards of living for every Namibian in line with the vision of our government. However, we must not compromise our own needs and priorities in attracting investment. African nations must always seek investment that are mutually beneficial. This can be achieved through balanced and pragmatic local content policies that offer employment, business opportunities, capacity building, and technology and knowledge transfer. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, looking forward, I'm quite adamant that the oil and gas sector will continue to be a key player in the global energy arena. If we continue to look towards innovation, the sector will continue to grow in leaps and bounds and remains vibrant for generations to come. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like to again show my gratitude to the organizers as well as everyone who have contributed to this amazing conference. Together, we can shape the future for the oil and gas sector. I thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Omar Farouk, opening remarks before I ask you a question about money. You could do it from there, or you could use the podium. It's up to you.
Thank you very much, NJ. I don't have opening remarks, but I had planned to deliver a keynote. So let me quickly summarize what I wanted to say, because I'm not sure you're going to ask me those questions here. First, I want to commend Angola for the theme of this conference, driving exploration and development. It's very well chosen. The sub-theme towards increased production in Angola could as well have been titled towards increased production in Africa. For the upstream challenges that Angola faces today are not different from what most African oil and gas producing countries face. I see in the theme of this conference the emerging Africa, the Africa that is not swayed by external pressure or influences to do the biddings of others. Africa that critically looks at issues to determine what is in its best interest. Africa that looks beyond the immediate. For too long, we have succumbed to the dictates of others. In the name of climate change, we have been told to end fossil fuel use. We have been told that if we take that advice, we will be supported with billions of dollars to migrate from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Some of us have taken the bait and are looking forward to getting climate funds. But you can't eat your cake and have it. To get climate funds, you have to abandon what you have, namely fossil fuels. In the past, many African countries will be trooping to get that fund. But today, we are wiser. And that is seen in the resolve of Angola to drive exploration and production. I call on all African and non-African oil and gas endowed countries to give their upstream sector the priority it deserves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if there is any certainty about the push for energy transition, it is that the United Nations quest for eradication of energy poverty by the year 2030 will be a mirage, especially if the world continues to deceive itself into believing that that goal can be achieved without oil and gas. The sad thing today is that investments in the upstream sector has dwindled, either because of punitive policies introduced by the powerful nations who are principally responsible for the mess called climate change, or because of overhyped concerns about climate change. And the results of these are already beginning to be felt and will get worse. If you think that energy prices are high in Africa today, wait for 2030, when the world shall need more energy, but that energy shall not be available because the world failed to make the required investments in oil and gas at the right time. Unfortunately, Africans are going to be the worst victims of these high energy prices, even when we produce energy. This is because our currencies are daily depreciating, and so our daily losing purchasing power, and they have been made to believe that the priority is to earn dollars from their energy, not to energize their national economies. This is why I commend the organizers of this conference in looking beyond the present. The message to all who have money to invest is to be smart enough to make that investment in the upstream sector today, as the time will come soon when energy prices will hit the roof. Invest in Africa's oil and gas, and you'll be happy you did. I thank you very much.
Minister Diamantino, I would start the first question with you, and I'll be asking you to tell us what you did not say in your speech. I haven't asked the question, please. can you please update us with a lot of deals that are going to be signed? And the state of the industry, where you think it's going in Angola. Okay, you could come this way.
These type of questions are good questions because I usually do not answer those questions. But I take this opportunity to convey my message instead of just answering what you want to hear from me. But we'll have opportunity in other panels to listen on all that we are doing. Much was said by the President already, by the keynote speakers, by myself as well. But I would like to take this opportunity to speak on what we are doing, on what we can do with the ministers in attendance. Congo, Namibia. We also had with us the Minister of Ivory Coast, and we also have with us Apple and his Secretary General, Secretary General of Apple. Our brother from RDC has already explained that we have an important project, which is a common interest zone, that finally, after all these years, it seems like, as say the Brazilians, finally, with the signing of the two documents that will be ratified by the parliaments, and then we go to the most important activity, which is to produce oil. I believe that this is a case study so that we can lecture at our universities and to be as an experience as the case of Yanzi, a project that we have with the Ada Congo. But basically, the importance of this project with RDC, taking into account that we are brother countries, don't forget that before the territory of Angola were several kingdoms, among them the Kingdom of Congo that extended to the northern part of Angola, by Congo, by Gabon. Also capital was Angola, the city of Banza Congo, which is the capital of the Zaire province. We have a common border. We have to foster those projects. We have an opportunity, and now finally we are going to execute this project, which is important. And also we have other important items, which is the supply of gas to RDC, which we are already doing, but we want to improve this relation so that we can, in a more organized way, also continue improving this activity of supplying oil derivatives to RDC. Will ask the minister to look into this question. But what do I mean to that? Sometimes we in Africa, as said the Deputy Minister of Namibia, we have the MOU signs, but when it comes for the execution, we have difficulties when executing. But the moment now is less political issues, but this is a business moment. Because it was said here already, we have to start being more independent. Economic relations between African countries have to come at the top. With Namibia, due to our relation, the Deputy Minister specified here a lot, there is a great opportunity for us to make businesses. This is what we want to do. And I'm going to propose here publicly to my sister from Namibia, we want to go to Namibia soon and take all our technical potential to Angola and show Namibia what we know how to do, what we can do, all our know-how, all our technical capacity and training capacity. The deputy minister knows very well, but we want to go there, and we are making this open proposal. Take our main companies and let Namibia know what we can do from what they can get from their brother country of Angola, not just rely on MOUs. Let us be practical. With regard to Apple, I don't know whether I missed out something. With the General Secretary spoke on the African Bank for Energy. If he did not mention that, and I would like to make a question on the African Bank on Energy, there has to be initiatives. Angola has been very active so that this initiative goes into practice. The establishment of the African Bank on Energy so that we have an African instrument that might support our initiatives. The Minister of Ivory Coast has already left. He had some other duties to attend to, but yesterday the minister visited the Sonil base, and the message that I conveyed to the minister after I asked what was his impression, I said, Minister, let's together do something similar at Ivory Coast, to say that Angola has the equipment at Ivory Coast in downstream, but we have this opportunity. Ivory Coast is going now into the oil activity. We should use the experiences that we have. We have with us Minister Gabriel. I call him Minister even though he does not want to, but also I don't know whether he'll be at another panel to convey what he's promoting, what he's trying to implement right now, and that is also a good initiative as well. I don't know whether this was the expectation. I believe that for this panel, those reflections are the ones that I would like to bring, not forgetting that we have a lot of projects, and as said shortly, the President in 2017, many of our partners wanted to leave our country. Today, we see the interest has increased, even though we have living through difficult moment in the oil sector. Our challenge remains mainly drilling. That's our main challenge.
I didn't say it. Monsieur le ministre Sakombi, je vais vous donner une question de part de ADC. Vous avez signé un accord, comme vous l'avez parlé, qu'il y a
if you sign in a MOU, as was said, that would start an exploration with Angola and the Chevron company, what are the opportunities that Congo has that we can collaborate with the Angolan companies and also the international companies, and if there are in the same initiative or in the same profession where Angola will be able to make investment in Congo. Thank you for your question. We need a strategic partnership between the big national companies, Sonangol and Sonahydroke, and also even the oil logistic. I will have a meeting, a B2 meeting in, I believe, Friday on the 4th, where we are going to be looking into several issues, deepening ZIC, which is the biggest contract that RDC has as far as exploration is concerned. I would like here to remind that the last research were from 1995. It's true that recently the company Perenclo told us when the new well, which is called Yorke, that we were hoping to get this news to be able to know what is the size of this well and what is the exact timeline to its production. And truth be said, with regard to Sonadrop, we'll be able to purchase products from Sonangol, and also because we share a common border, but the zone of supply, we have 50%, and a terrible loss for both countries as far as revenue is concerned. And also, I'm sure that we'll be able to find solutions that might depend that by the construction of the pipelines that we have with Angola, and also with some potential investors in the hall that will want to come and invest in this sector in terms of logistic, maybe up to 5 years. So I'm here with my delegation open. I believe that we this is a word what I would like to say for today, and my thank you to all. Thank you, Minister.
Where are you in the room? Can you please stand? Can you stand? So now we know if you want to do business.
Pode levantar.
You can talk to them. They are good looking. Her Excellency Shilunga,
Excelência,
Namibia has basically become the drill baby drill capital of Africa, with a lot of discoveries around your Orange Basin. But you will also have to deal with a lot of collaboration, especially with deep water, as the minister just mentioned, and as you also mentioned in your speech. What are you doing to fast track that collaboration and utilization of skills, but also share a lot of services with the oil companies that some of them that are operating in Namibia are also operating in Angola? Are you fast tracking those discussions, and where do we stand? You could sit, or you could take my podium. It's up to you. But I don't want you walking up and down. No, you could use the mic.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you very much for the question that is focusing more on the collaboration that we are actually busy doing. And what is it that we are doing as Namibia? We are the frontiers, as I have explained in my speech. Oil and gas industry is quite a new sector for us as Namibia. But related now to the question, we are into collaborating, as was alluded to. But what I can say, I would want to start with our learning exercise. When you have something new, you would want really to get an understanding of that something new that you just have discovered. Since the discovery that is made mainly in the Orange Basin by the companies, as I have alluded to earlier in my speech, we have decided and we have embarked upon a learning exercise, learning from others that have come before us, learning from those that have become, perhaps I can say, experts in the industry, and also learning from other frontiers, just to those that have recently discovered before us. And when we are taking up this learning exercise, we are looking at some of the best practices that has happened. We have learned as a new country that have discovered. We have learned about the terms of oil can be a blessing, oil can be a curse. So we would want to understand as to what is it that makes oil to be a blessing, and what is that makes oil to be a curse. So from those terms associated now with the best practices, and also associated with perhaps the worst case scenarios, we are open for learning. And with that, we have made various visits. Of course, we have visited Angola because we believe we do not really need to go far if Angola is just here nearby. On my way to fly here, I had just to fly from Ongiva, and Ongiva is in Angola, and is about 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers from Namibia. Therefore, it's just around the corner where we need to learn. So, as I have alluded to earlier, the minister, Diamantino, visited Namibia, and that was also followed by various visits by my minister. Myself, I also came here with a delegation, and we visited so many companies and so many institutions. I remember we visited Sonangol, the Secretary of State, Barroso, took me through to various institutions and to various companies. We visited Sonil, we visited Sonangol, we visited Sonamet, we went to Pinel, we also went to visit Lobito, and many, many others. And that was a learning exercise from our side. And from all these exchange visits that we had, emanated now the Memorandum of Understanding. Of course, the minister is encouraging that the Memorandum of Understanding has to be implemented. But Minister, I want to just indicate to you that we have started implementing some of our Memorandum of Understanding with you as Angola, and we continue to do that. And on that note, I think we will not go backward. We will continue to implement what we have agreed upon. And we have also visited countries like Guyana, visited like Norway, countries that are known to be doing well. We visited the US, we visited Nigeria. My minister also went to Equatorial Guinea. Sir Gabriel, you are just here. You invited us and we came. And this is all for us to learn. But as I have explained before, we still have many exploration opportunities in Namibia, in our basins, like what I said in Wolfish, in Lüderitz Basin, in Namib, and Orange Basin, which is currently being explored. And we need investors to come to Namibia. We are open for business, and we have created a platform as government, a conducive environment for business to take place. We have also established what we call NIPDB, which is our investment board, which is a one-stop shop, whereby is the first point of contact when you come to Namibia. They will help you establish yourself, establish your company, register with all various institutions. They will also help you with the banking or the financial institutions. They will also help you to establish the office. And if you are looking for partners, they will also help you to get the local partners when you come to Namibia. Therefore, that will be the very first point of contact when you come to Namibia. Of course, as investors, as you are coming to Namibia, we are calling you to really heed to the call of local content, because we are looking at companies that are coming to Namibia to create jobs, to make sure that they are procuring goods and services that are made from Namibia. We are also expecting companies to consider training and development and skill transfers from the experts to the Namibian people. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to government and government, looking now at the government of Angola and the government of DRC here, and also some other African governments and beyond, we are looking into the cooperation, we are looking into collaboration in all in all other areas that are related to oil and gas. And as the minister said, they are ready to come and offer the technical expertise and the potential that they have as Angolans. We are waiting for you, Minister. Welcome to Namibia, and we are open for business. Therefore, business and companies that are here, you are all welcome, and we open our hands to welcome you in Namibia and to join venture and partner with you. Thank you.
Dr. Farouk, financing has become a really big issue with the Africa upstream sector. There are those that believe that financing Africa oil and gas should not be a priority. A lot of Western financial institutions, because of their ESG, they would not put financing into oil and gas. And the exclusion rule, sometimes which permits Europe to define natural gas as green and still be able to get funding. But most of the explorers here are going through a very difficult time with getting funding for oil and gas projects. You have worked with the Afrexim Bank on the Africa Energy Bank. Without sounding like a politician, can you tell us the state of the bank, what is going to happen, and where we are right here?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, NJ, for that question. I believe virtually everybody sitting here knows about the Africa Energy Bank. What most people don't know, and they also know that it's a decision of the Upper Ministerial Council, but what I think one or two people might know is that the credit for the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank goes to the Upper Ministerial Council. But if I were to be asked, give me one person who is instrumental in the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank, I will say His Excellency Diamantino Azevedo Pedro. And let me tell you why. I had a meeting with the president of Afrexim Bank in Abidjan. And immediately after the meeting, I was convinced that this guy means business and he shares our vision for the oil and gas industry. Right there, I picked the phone and I called His Excellency. He was then the president of APO. And I said, Excellency, I need to come and see you. He said, take the next available flight. I came to Luanda and I said, this is a conversation I've had with Afrexim Bank. And I think going alone as APO, we can't make it. But we need a strong partner to work on this. And he said, it makes a lot of sense. I said, what do we do? He said, go back to him, start negotiation. And I said, but Excellency, you need to take this to the Ministerial Council. He said, I've given you anticipatory approval. Go and do what needs to be done. Leave the Ministerial Council with me. And that is how, by the time we went to the Ministerial Council, the president had succeeded in getting his people behind him. We came here and we signed the MOU for the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank with Afrexim Bank. And today, I'm glad to say that in a short period of 2 years, we have finished the negotiation. On the 3rd of June, we signed the establishment agreement between APO and Afrexim. We have already gotten one of our member countries to sign and ratify the establishment agreement. We need one more to do that so that that treaty will become effective. 5 countries are already working on this. They've gone very far in the ratification process. So the bank, in terms of establishment, we've gone there. The second is the decision on the headquarters. On the 4th of July, the Ministerial Council took a decision on the headquarters of the bank, citing it in Nigeria. Third is raising the funds. When we started this, many people said, are you sure that you guys can raise the funds? Do you believe that your countries have the commitment to this cause? I'm pleased to say that even before we had signed the establishment agreement by the 2 founding organizations, we were able to raise 45% of what we needed as a setup capital of the bank. And I want to thank Angola for being one of the countries that has paid part of its allocated shares. The other countries include Nigeria and Ghana and others. So this is where we are. Last week, I was in Cairo. We had a meeting with the president of Afrexim Bank, and we have agreed on a date that we are going to launch the bank. This is something that I can't say here because this is something I'm taking to the Ministerial Council. Our Ministerial Council is going to meet on the 1st of November, that's in about a month. And when they have endorsed the date, it will be announced publicly. But I want to make it clear that we have gone very far. We are, I think, the first development bank that has started from conceptualization to hopefully fruition in the shortest possible time, about 2 years plus. And I want to also say that even though Africa Energy Bank is going to be born or birthed in Nigeria, we will always remember that it was conceived in Luanda, Angola. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Farouk. You said you have 45%. I see Bill and Mike. They could top up and you could get to 100%. So you just make sure you have those discussions with them. Mike writes checks. He doesn't do cash. So that's Minister Diamantino, we are ending this discussion. I would like to give you your final remarks, closing this ministerial discussion. But in your remarks, we'd also like to know what next for Angola.
Bom, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Aqui em Angola
In Angola, the last few years,
tem se dito
there's a saying
que devemos fazer
that goes by that we should do and demonstrate what we are doing. Some say
quando se mata uma cobra,
that when you kill a snake, you need to show the stick which you used, and obviously you need to show the snake itself. So there's no need of beating around the bush without showing the facts. By what the Secretary of APO just told us, it is possible when we work together. It is possible to do good things for our continent. So I'd like to ask all of you to pay attention to this initiative of the African Energy Bank. All of us, including our partners, the non-African partners that are in Africa, which we also consider Africans, obviously. Please pay attention to these initiatives and also give your contribution. I believe that in the future, we will have an institution to help our continent. I believe it was good for the summary from our sister from Namibia, and we'll prepare ourselves to go visit Namibia. Let me emphasize that human capital is very important, and Angola, in the oil and gas sector today, Angola has a human capital with vast experience and is available to support our sister countries, including a profession of welders, etc., that Angola has plenty of with great experience, and we also have institutions where all these professions are taught. We will disseminate more potential that we have in human capital apart from what we do. In the oil and gas sector, we have been working a lot and supporting our government for the creation of different institutions, teaching institutions from basic, medium, and higher education. But I would like to call on to your attention to look at the report of the last 5 years on the social project for oil and gas. This report is available on the ministry's website, so that everyone is aware of our contributions towards our country, not only with taxes and employment rates or revenue, but also all other activities that we carry out in the economy arena. We are building the research center of Sonangol, and we believe it is going to be an excellent center. And we also extend this to the biofuels, renewable energies, and to critical minerals for the energy transition. Lastly, and once more, for the understanding of our society, Sonangol was guided to extend its core business to renewable energies, for critical minerals, for the energy transition, for biofuels. I believe that the CEO of Sonangol will give us more details on this, because we do not want to be distracted and see the train go by. at this crucial moment of our planet. We want to be at the forefront, and we have all the possibilities to do so together. All of us, all African countries and our partners, those that are with us in good faith, and I believe it's all of them that are represented here. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I believe that we'll continue discussions in detail. Our hydrocarbon sector and biofuels, renewable energy as well, and everything with one and unique intention, which is to improve the livelihood of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Before we close, I want to recognize one company that has really, really driven a lot of cross-border discussions, but a lot around training, development, capacity building of skills, but also making sure that the industry works very well. And certainly an Angolan that has really driven that and has been at the forefront on driving that. We can't discuss local content without ever thinking of a champion of it and driving excellence. Where's Miguel Batista? Miguel, please stand up. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you, SLB. Thank you. Ministers, would you please stand for a family photo before we end? Can we please put our hands together for this great panel? Thank you so much. The minister from Angola and the minister from DRC, they are very tall. It's so hard to get it. He's standing next to giants. Thank you, it's an honor.
Senhoras e senhores, peço mais uma forte salva de palmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for this panel.
Nós vamos continuar e vamos ganhar
We will
tempo.
continue and let's make use of time. Now it's time for plenary. The first entity will now come up to the stage. ANPG, Paulino Jerônimo, a round of applause.
Muito boa tarde. Vou começar exatamente como começou o ministro.
Good afternoon. I will start exactly like the minister. Drill, baby, drill.
Excelência, senhor ministro dos
Excellency, Minister of Oil and Gas and Natural Resources of the Republic of Angola, Excellency, members of the Angolan government, Excellency, invited ministers, diplomatic corps, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th conference on the topic to increase oil and gas production in Angola. After a restoration of the sector in 2018, at the time, a new entity was created that was in charge for the regulation, fiscalization activities, and national concessionaire for the upstream, as well as the entry in force of the legislation to drive the oil and gas activity in Angola. And we have experienced an increase of different activities in different areas of production. And currently, it is reflected in the exponential growth of the investment levels that allowed the stability that we have achieved today and we are currently experiencing. And a good example of this is that when we compare the investments of 2022 and 2023, we are about 96%. In 2022, we had a median of $7 billion of investment, and in 2023, we had almost double that figure, about $14 billion of investment. This proves that our sector is dynamic, is active, and it also shows trust of our investors, plus the new policies of the Angolan government that were well mentioned here by our ministers and the President of the Republic. In the coming years, we expect to have an investment in the next 5 years, an investment of $60 to $100 billion. And we hope that with new incentives, we can overcome or surpass this number. And we should agree that this expected amount, we hope to have 50% capex, meaning new investments. Like it was mentioned then, we would not stop there with these legislative changes and incentives. We need to have something continuous that attracts and maintains investors in Angola. That's why we keep on prioritizing our legal instruments and contractual instruments in order to continuously improve our business environment. Up next, I will make a summary of the last years and also talk a bit of the future perspective. I won't be too exhaustive because right after we will have Ana Miala, who's a member of the board of the agency, and then Dr. Alcides, who will also give us a presentation. They will bring us details on these matters. I would start off talking about something that was mentioned by the President of the Republic, which is the exploration strategy and the concession attribution. As you know, recently the government approved an attribution, a strategy for concession in 2019-2025 and an exploration strategy 2020-2025. At this time, we are executing these strategies, and when we look at the concession attributions, we have already attributed 33 new concessions, and until the end of this year, we would like to attribute 9 new concessions. And obviously, this shows the dynamics that we would like to drive in this sector to increase the exploration activity, because only with exploration can we replace the produced resources. On the other hand, we keep on talking about the exploration strategy. It was also mentioned here by TPE, where we are making a different assessment for different areas with focus on the interior basins, where we have about 520,000 kilometers of segmented areas that occupy the provinces of Cunene, Cuando-Cubango, Moxico, Malange, Kwanza Norte, Uís, and Lunda Norte. As you can see, it's a huge extension. And that also means a huge challenge. More details on this topic we will have during the presentation of Dr. Ana Miala. And then on the other hand, we are also inviting the intervenants so that in the coming year we can realize an exploration forum for onshore activities. And at this forum, we hope to present a new contractual model for the onshore areas, especially for the interior basins. We are still assessing or re-evaluating other areas. These are blocks that were bid in 2011 and the concession of 2021. Other blocks were not successful per se. We believe that 7 wells are not enough to evaluate an area of 40,000 square kilometers. We believe that to reevaluate and looking at the geologic model, we can see where the migrating oil went to. We are also talking, it was also mentioned here earlier, Decree 7/18, which is the gas law. We worked on this decree. We recently constituted the new gas consortium, and I would like to thank the members of the new consortium that, despite of not having a contract for risk, but they are already working on the investment. We had the approval of the final decision investment, and we hope to have the first gas at the end of next year. I would like to mention a very important project for us, which is the project of increasing production. This looks at contractual incentives and fiscal incentives for all companies that produce over the expected limit. As you may know, in Angola, for the mature fields, the share of the profit between the government and the company is about 80% to the government and 20% for the investors. We recognize that it's a contractual situation, and we also realize that it does not bring about new investors. So a diagnosis made recently, we came to the conclusion that we could give incentives to all companies that would produce above the expected medium. And that's why we are negotiating with the different companies. And a good example is a field, I'm not going to mention the field or the operator, that with the necessary incentives, there will be an investment of $6 billion that will allow to increase the operating volumes from 100 to 500 barrels of oil. As you can see, the purpose is to give incentives not to go get money from the government, but to those that produce above the expected limits and bring money for the government. Apart from the production of the mature fields, this decree also looks at exploration in the development areas. We have a decree which is 5/18 that allows the realization of exploration within the development areas. But with time, we realized that this decree was not efficient, and it wasn't efficient for a simple reason. In this decree, we do not allow the recuperation of the exploration costs if it was a success. So if it wasn't successful, this recuperation would not be available. We've changed this principle, and today we experience a drilling of new wells, like the one of Likembe that was just projected a while ago. It was a good discovery in Block 15, and currently we are drilling Daya in Block 17, and more will be drilled in the future. So this means that the change of paradigm attracts more investments, and that's the main goal of the government. Another factor that we need to discuss during this process is the incentives on the marginal fields. We need to recognize that the decree published in 2018 was not efficient. So we have included this discussion in the increasing production. project. And thank you very much to the partners that believed in this project, that even before the approval by the National Assembly, they started investments. Likembo was drilled before the approval of the project by the National Assembly. That shows the trust of our investors in the measures of the government. What does the future reserve? We are now going to work on the strategy for the concessions and explorations 2026-2030, and soon we will submit some terms. We will continue promoting the blocks in permanent proposals. We will analyze the bid for 2025, which is the last of this sequence, 2019-2025. And we will negotiate with each one of the operators of the mature fields and marginal fields, and wherever we find opportunities to drill in development areas, we will negotiate the increasing portions. So this is the great step and a very important one in order to maintain our production in a stable manner. In summary, this is what I had to present. Biofuels, we will soon have the execution of public consultations on this strategy, and after that we submit the law. Local content, like it was mentioned, we continue working with local content, and always in the perspective that this local content should contribute for the country's industrialization, and this is the main objective for local content, to contribute to industrialize the country. And as a consequence, obviously, we will assure employment for the youth. So, ladies and gentlemen, on our side, we promise to continue making Angola a place of excellence and a place of choice for the investors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We will now be welcoming to stage Dr. Luis Fernandes, Director General at the IRDP. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he comes to stage.
Excellency Ministers of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas, Engineer Diamantino Azevedo, Excellency invited ministers, dear participants to the 5th session of the Oil and Gas Conference, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me beforehand to address warm greetings of the employees of IRDP, which is the organ that in the current governance model of the oil and gas sector of Angola has the purpose to regulate and supervise the derivative sectors of oil and gas. The system of oil and gas derivatives in Angola incorporates the refinery of crude, warehousing, transport, distribution, and the trading of all oil and gas products. And today is a segment of strategic interest and economic for the country. This segment is an integrated part of the livelihood and activities of the companies as well as the people that have different needs for the utilization of oil and gas derivatives such as cooking gas, diesel, fuel, tar road, lubricants, and many other products. Excellencies, distinguished participants, the legal framework firms the opening of the market and decentralize the licensing activities for the exercise of business in the downstreams to allow and facilitate the participation of interested agents in the import activities, storage, transport, distribution, and trading of oil and gas products. This legal regime, the legal regime subjects the activities of the downstreams established by the Presidential Decree 108/19 of July, created the fundamental foundation for the sustainable growth of downstream and consequently to improve distribution of all oil and gas products countrywide. With effect, the dispositions in this law liberalizes all value chain of the oil and gas derivatives and defines the main attributions of IRDP, giving space to the participation of private agents in the market. In the current context of energy transition, we have been observing some contributing actions for the reduction of environmental impact that are carried forth by the main companies, the main distribution companies of the country. For the sustainable development of the value chain, we have the incentivization of decarbonization of downstream excellencies. Our vision for the oil and gas segment derivatives aligned to the strategy to align autosufficiency of the product, as well as the increase of storage capacity, is focused on the improvement of product distribution countrywide. In this regard, different opportunities, investment opportunities were identified in the segment. With focus on construction and expansion of service stations, the constructions of premises for gas filling, constructions of gas channel networks for hotels, hospitals, and other units, as well as the construction of lubricant factories in the country. As we've been making a reference, the current legislation gives opening to private initiatives to invest in these projects for mid and downstreams. And the regulating institute reiterates its availability to give the necessary institutional support to all companies interested in these activities with the purpose to improve distribution and offer of oil and gas products with the adequate qualities. Lastly, we would like to join all other voices that passed here to extend our invitation to all present to invest in the activities of the downstream sectors in logistics, distribution, and trading of oil and gas products derivatives. Thank you so much for your attention.
And we continue. Now we call the CEO of Sonangol, Sebastião Gaspar Mantis, for please your attention and a round of applause. Drill, baby, but I'm a company. Aside drilling, I do more than that. I would begin, Excellency, Minister of National Resources, Oil and Gas, members of the government of the Republic of Angola, members of the government of invited countries, Secretary General of APO, MPs of the National Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, chairs, general directors of the companies in attendance, distinguished delegates and guests to the conference, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Sonangol, currently a company of energy integrated on the value chain of oil and gas, is a state company, also with presence abroad, aligned with the National Development Program. Our strategic objectives and operational activities are based on actions that go through the reposition of our reserves and increase of oil or crude production and natural gas to guarantee self-reliance, domestic self-reliance in terms of refined products, increase the production of gas to foster the industry of fertilizers, production of steel, energy generation, as well as the implementation of projects of renewable energies, actions that are part of our strategy on energy transition. 7 years after the launching of the restructuring project of the company, we align our objectives with the national context without overlooking the international factors and the issue of climate changes. We adopted a strategy of energy transaction responsible based on the diversification of our portfolio, focusing on hydrocarbonate as the base to finance the transition to cleaner energies. Thus, our strategy of exploration and production is based on consolidating our position as an operation on onshore fields and develop knowledge and skills on more complex wells, as well as in deep waters, as we have been doing currently. Over the last years, as a result of the actions and investments, we guaranteed the decline of our production since 2015, and we have rights on the total production of Angola in 200,000 barrels per day. To guarantee self-reliance in refined products, we stabilized the operations of the refinery of Luanda with an increase of the production of gasoline having reached level 10 times higher than those seen with the coming of effect of our platform unit, and we gave strong steps in the project of construction of new refineries in Cabinda, Lubito, Soyo, that together will allow us to increase 424,000 barrels per day our capacity of processing in order to reach the importation and promote exportation of surplus of production favoring the markets of the African continent. We put into work another unit of distribution of oil and gas in the province of Zaire with the purpose to supply the dam and establish the basis for in the industry for fertilizer that is stronger in order to support the agricultural sector in Angola. We continue doing surveys to build the new hydro plant, an important infrastructure for the production of ammonia over the next years. With several projects under our portfolio and based on strategic partnership that we have, we placed into operation our first photovoltaic station in Karakulu in the province of Namibe with a capacity of 25 megawatts, has looked into our energy needs of the local communities and reduced the use of gas towards the generation of energy. As we advance, we are convinced that the approach to energy transition should be responsible and just. Today, the problem is not fuel, but the emission of gas with greenhouse effects, the emission of carbon. Thus, to mitigate this risk, we are investing on modern infrastructures, initiatives toward the reduction of emissions in all of our operations, improve the mechanism to measure the emissions of carbons, and invest on the conservation of biodiversity, where through our project Blue Carbon, we have planted 1.5 million trees to increase the absorption of carbon. We are on the final phase of implementation of the infrastructures of storage of refined products that will be at the service of Sonangol, the partners of the country and that of the continent. We continue using our distribution grid of fuel and gas to better attend the final consumer with quality and security. More than just an oil company, Angola is a company of energy. Aside the investment on assets of oil and gas, we include on our portfolio assets of strategic minerals and critical minerals, and above all are the basis for the increase of the value chain of strategic minerals. We have our minerals like lithium and uranium that we believe we can, with a partnership, establish projects that will allow us to implement and develop those minerals. We are also establishing our research center and development in the province of Kwanza Sul in order to foster development and research work of new products or strategic mineral projects, technical infrastructures to promote the diversification of the energy matrix and the industrialization of the country. In the economic sphere, we implement several initiatives in order to improve the living conditions of the populations, actions that go through programs on environmental preservation, culture, health, education, sports, amongst others. Serve Angolan and Angolans, fight against energy poverty and promote self-reliance of the continent continue being our motto. Thus, we'll continue assuring the investment toward the increase the oil and crude production in a sustainable way towards the construction of new refineries, exploration of new ways of production of energy, develop the human capital, and we commit on decarbonization along all our operations, making the company ever more attractive to potential investors in the scope of the stock market within the next years in up to 30%. For this purpose, end to end, we count with the commitment from the Angolan government, from the partners of the oil sector, as well as our biggest customer, that is the Angolan people. Thank you.
We will now welcome to stage Mr. Billy Lakobi, President of ASEPA, who have played a crucial role in advancing Angola's oil, gas, and renewable energy industry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Minister of Mineral Resources, Petroleum and Gas of the Republic of Angola, Mr. Diamantino Azevedo. Your Excellencies, Ministers and Secretaries of State of the Government of the Republic of Angola, Your Excellencies, Ministers of Petroleum, Energy, and Hydrocarbon of the various republics, including Namibia and DRC, esteemed Chairmen and Directors of the National Concessionaires, national oil companies, and government agencies who oversee the continent's thriving oil and gas industry, dear partners and stakeholders. Last but not least, NJ, Executive Chairman of the African Energy Chamber. I appreciate being here. All protocols observed. My name is Billy Lockerbie, and I'm the Managing Director of Chevron here in Angola. Currently, I also serve as the Chairman of the Association of Exploration and Production Companies of Angola. I am honored to be here representing the organization that has been instrumental to ensure the competitiveness and sustainability of Angola's oil and gas industry. ASEPA, for those that do not know, is a nonprofit organization which was founded in 2002. We represent the interests of oil and gas operators in the country by promoting alignment amongst members to identify and address relevant issues affecting Angola's energy industry, generating revenue and creating prosperity for Angola and its people. In addition to collaborating among operators, ASEPA is focused on partnering with the Angolan government, service providers, the communities in which we operate, and a variety of stakeholders to support the development of an attractive investment climate, all while continuing to reduce our industry's carbon emissions. We at ASEPA consider Energy, Capital, and Power to be a key partner, and the Angola Oil and Gas event is a key forum that helps promote the dialogue, understanding, and mutual beneficial connections that help attract investments, innovation, and find solutions for the issues facing our industry in Angola and across the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, amongst ASEPA's membership, we have companies that bring over a century of experience to exploration of natural resources. Our members operate all over the world, develop and apply pioneering technologies and innovative solutions, and count on some of the best and brightest minds to tackle the challenges of our industry that we face globally. ASEPA is a key partner to the Angolan government. We apply our expertise and invest heavily in Angola in support of the government's strategic objective of diversifying the economy here in the country. Under the leadership of Mirimpet and in partnership with AMPG, we continue to collaborate to execute President Lourenço's vision of a more competitive and business-friendly oil and gas industry to help attract investment and manage the production decline. Our industry here has a bright future. In line with this year's conference theme, Driving Exploration and Development Toward Increased Production in Angola, ASEPA members have participated and secured new onshore and offshore opportunities in the AMPG's bid rounds. Natural gas exploration is set to increase significantly as we near the start of the New Gas Consortium and as operators increase their production. Also consider who will be impacted by this bright future. An increasing percentage of our supply chain is occupied by Angolan companies as more and more of our fabrication work is done locally. Members continue to invest heavily in training, developing, and promoting, with Angolans occupying the majority of supervisory and managerial roles in our member companies. Whether it be in partnering to design and comply with local regulations, continuing to invest in building the capacity of the workforce, investing in corporate social responsibility initiatives, or continuing to generate revenue for the state, ASEPA remains a trusted partner. The government and the people of Angola can continue to count on ASEPA member companies to make sure that the country's oil and gas industry remains safe, competitive, attractive, and sustainable. Over the past 5 years, ASEPA members have sponsored, exhibited, helped craft the content, and participated in every edition of Angola Oil and Gas. This is a testament to the value that we feel this event adds to our business objectives in the country. We truly believe that the conference is the foremost congregation of industry leaders, innovators, and policymakers from Angola and from around Africa. We hope you enjoy the show, and we look forward to engaging and productive discussions. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, before announcing the last entity for this plenaries, we would like to inform that the technical panels will start from 4:30 to 2:30. Just to be in mind, the program that you can do the download through the QR code, but I would like to have this in mind. From 2:30, we will start with the technical panels. Now we will call the last speaker for this plenary, Excellency Daolio de Brito, CEO from ASEPA. Good afternoon to all. I understand the challenge between us and the lunch. Excellency Minister of Natural Resources, Oil and Gas of the Republic of Angola, Excellency members of the Angolan government, Excellency members of the invited countries, Excellency General Secretary of APO, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Except before all, the greetings on my behalf and those associated from ASEPA, the Association of Oil Companies in Angola. It's an honor to be here on this opening ceremony of this great conference that has become a landmark of debate on issues that affect our oil industry, as well as a look on the economic development of Angola and that of our country. I present our thanking for the invitation that was addressed to us to be part of the success of this event. Our participation, the participation of oil companies, is important for the growth, for the sustainable growth of this sector and that of our country, given the importance it plays on the economic environment of Angola. We are on the front line to provide advanced technical solutions in operational innovation, technical know-how, and reduction of the environmental impact that will allow the operators to maximize their production, keeping the highest standard of security and stability that characterizes our industry. As it's known, Angola has vast oil reserves, continuing to be a powerhouse in the African continent and the world context. Nevertheless, even though we have those reserves, the challenge to increase the oil production in an efficient way, sustainable way, and a competitive way remains important for the prosperity of our country, towards the diversification of our economy, so that we can build a brighter future for all of us. Along this conference, we have the opportunity to discuss those and many other important issues for the development of for the future of our sector and for the future of our continent. I trust that together we can produce more oil and gas, and this baby drill face the challenges of lack of electricity and explore the new opportunities. For the main theme, the various way on how we can contribute to production, to increase production, training of Angola staff, which is one of the main pillars for the oil production, is the development of qualified skilled staff. As service provider, we have this commitment to transfer knowledge, continue training Angola local staff to be able to manage and have those advanced technologies necessary to foster production. This investment on human power not only reinforces our current production, guarantees the resilience of the sector in the future and supports the economic development of the country. Another theme, technological revolution. The use of high techs is revolutionizing our industry. Those tools allow the companies to improve the operational efficiency, identify new reserves, and optimize the production of the mature wells. Maintenance and integrity of the infrastructures is clearly an important topic that is part of this process of optimization of the production. Keep the infrastructures of production in good operational conditions is important to guarantee the continued flux of oil production. Through solutions of preventive maintenance and monitoring services, we will be able to prevent unnecessary interruptions, prolong the life of those equipments, and assure the maintenance and increase of production. Sustainability and energy efficiency is one of the main mottos. The increase of production cannot be dissociated from the environmental protection. The focus today on how we can produce more oil with less impact to the environment. The companies that provide those services are important to introduce technology that reduces emissions, improves energy efficiencies, and use those high techs. Not only does this make the production more sustainable, as well increase the competitiveness of Angola in the market, at world market, that is always looking into environmental issues. Upon promoting those actions, solutions and services, we are collaborating to strengthen the oil industry in Angola. Our mission is to assure that the production will increase in a sustainable way. Angola continue occupying a high place as the highest oil producer. Excellencies, Minister, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, to finish, I would like to reinforce the importance of collective work. Only through union or joining of efforts between the government and operators and service providers can we assure the continued success of this strategic state of Angola and build a more inclusive future. One of our main commitment as service providers is to help to strengthen the local industry and the value chain that make up other sectors like petrochemics, agriculture, renewable energies, and the transformation industry. These will increase the impact of the industry side, oil and gas, helping Angola reduce its dependency on one single resource and creating a wider economical base. I would like to thank the organization of this event and the main sponsor, that is the Ministry of Natural Resources, Oil and Gas of the Republic of Angola, the honor they give us to be on this stage and speak on behalf of the Association of the Oil Companies, which is the main representative of the companies in this sector. We are a platform of knowledge sharing, interaction, and debate with all stakeholders of our industry, and above all, we are also to promote local content, prosperity, security, and sustainability of Angola and that of our continent passes, as we know, by our capacity to train, to manage our staff, by developing men, and also on our capacity to generate wealth, not just for our companies, but above all for our country, or better said, for our countries, for our continent. And for this economic growth to happen, we have to continue promoting collaboration and transborder cooperation, sharing the knowledge and information, technology of all human staff that we have. Thank you for your attention and have a good lunch.
And we have now concluded our plenary addresses. A big thank you to all of our speakers that have shared of their insights and address. Yes, of course, let's give them a round of applause. We will now break for lunch, which is powered by CAPSHIP, and we would like to inform you as well that the technical session here will be commencing right after the lunch. Thank you very much, and we'll see you after. Ladies and gentlemen, we would just like to advise you that we'll be reconvening at 3:15 after lunch. That's 3:15. We'll see you then. Thank you.
está. one 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 one
One, one, two, one, one, two.
1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3
1 2 1. One, one. One, two, one, two. One, two, one, one, one. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 2.
Testing, testing.
Lectern mic, please. Lectern mic.
Testing, testing. 5 4 3 2 1. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We trust that you've had a very good lunch and a time to stretch and rejuvenate to continue with this afternoon's program, where we will be having a fireside chat from exploration to production in Congo's hydrocarbon revolution. For this fireside chat, we will be joined with Fabrice Okassa, upstream advisor to the Minister of Hydrocarbons of the Republic of Congo. And joining him for that conversation is Werner Ayukegba, Senior Vice President of the African Energy Chamber. In this session, we'll explore Congo's success story in moving from exploration to full-scale production in its hydrocarbon industry. Let's hear from their experts on how this was achieved. Let's give them a very warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is it working? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Werner Ayukegba, and I'm a Senior Vice President with the African Energy Chamber. Thank you very much for your presence, and it's an amazing early day today in terms of starting what it is. I have today Mr. Fabrice Okasa. We have 10 minutes where we are going to be talking about what is going on in the oil and gas sector in Congo-Brazzaville and what kinds of opportunities can one actually take advantage of in sort of collaborative manner when you are looking at government to government, when you're looking as well as regulators, for example, working together, as well as, and particularly important for us at the African Energy Chamber, where one is looking at the kinds of collaboration that actually bring value to the citizens of both countries at the level of service companies, local service companies. Let me start, first of all, Fabrice, you have 24 years of experience in the industry, working with majors across the globe, and now you are at the ministry, a technical advisor of the ministry. We just recently heard a couple of days ago that your minister signed an MOU in Moscow together with Lukoil. What's that about?
Thank you, Darren. Sorry, first of all, I would like to convey the greetings of my minister, who was not able to make the trip because of government issues. It's okay, of government commitment, but I would like to convey his greetings. Secondly, as we are just coming straight from Moscow, and I can give you some insight. First of all, the idea and the vision of my minister and our government is to try to diversify our relationship with different partners. And the fact of signing an MOU with the local is part of the vision. Do you know, and that it has been said this morning with the minister, that it is fundamental that we should fight the decline of production. So we are looking to rebound and ensure that we will be consolidating our baseline in terms of production. In that way, it is fundamental, first of all, to increase the type of investment in the upstream for oil, and then also to diversify in the gas. And what we did with Lukoil is to try to secure a commitment in order to look for some interesting blocks where we do think that Lukoil can help us in the exploration side. But for sure, this dynamic is also done with Total, with ENI, with a lot of big companies working in Congo. And we do think that this will also diversify our, let's say, capacity to be able to tackle the production decline.
Now, partnerships, we love partnerships. Everything would only work with partnerships. But we would also love to see some of those partnerships just across the border. I know you have a joint development zone as well, which shows the level of partnership with Angola. What can we do to see more of the service companies working together? I do believe, for example, that in Angola, there's been an ability to develop capacity around implementing and supporting. But unfortunately, we don't see a lot of those companies in Congo-Brazzaville. As well, we don't see many Congo-Brazzavillian companies here. What do we need to do to be able to facilitate that partnership?
First of all, I would like to say that Angola and Congo has, let's say, many things in common in terms of history. The past of Angola and the past also of Congo is, let's say, united. So we are brothers. The fact that we've got a common area where we are producing is also an expression of this partnership. But also what we are trying to see in terms of vision, that we've got a lot of mature fields where big players, they don't want any more, let's say, to invest. We do think that this is, let's say, a door that can be opened for new insiders, new service providers, and we are fully open strengthen this link with our regional partners, Angola, but also Gabon, but also Central Africa, but also whatever, Namibia, and so on. So we are fully ready to work in that way, and we do think that Machu Picchu would be the first step in order to strengthen that relationship.
Thank you for that. I'll continue on the level of collaboration. Now, you are producing somewhere close to 300,000 barrels a day, looking to increase that by another 200,000 barrels, up unto 500,000 in the coming decade. We see that in Africa a lot. Angola, for example, is keeping at 1.1 and looking to grow it. Where is the collaboration around sharing experiences might be at the level of the regulator and at the level of support?
Does it work better? Perfect. In terms of collaboration, first of all, I would like, going back in history.
Let me just put it this way,
Yeah.
or are we seeing some kind of stiff competition amongst the countries, of course, to be able to attract the dollars that are there for investment into their own countries?
Absolutely constructive competition, and this is what we are looking for. First of all, when you see SNPC and Sonangol, if you see how it has been built, you can see that the base of the foundation of both companies are more or less intertwined. This is showing you that from the very beginning with our brother in Angola, we worked a lot. For sure, as I said before, with all the new projects, especially for mature fields, for the development of gas, because what we are trying to do is to valorize the gas offshore, onshore, so in the onshore side, but also in the interland side. And we review our fiscal terms. We have also to create new fiscal object or new regulation in order to ensure that we will be able to attract. Our desire is to attract foreign investors, but it's also our desire also to create a type of synergy with our brothers in Angola, in Gabon, and elsewhere, because it is in our interest to reduce our capex in order to generate more profit. This is essential.
You started exporting gas in February with Congo LNG.
Correct.
And that particular project has pretty much set the bar really high around a quick turnaround in terms of implementing an LNG project like that. FPSO delivered in record time and pretty much getting things done. How did you do that? I mean, we all are aware around difficulties around permitting and the difficulties around project implementation, operational risks, financial risks. How did you succeed to be able to deliver a project like that in an extremely short time?
I will tell you, it's very easy. It's to be committed. Could you imagine that both the two chambers of our parliament were at the session of the 1st of February 2022? Could you imagine where people are trying to enjoy themselves because of the new year? We were all at the parliament. Because of what? Because we wanted to show that we are committed. And ENI and the group contractor were committed. And this is why at the end, when you are committed, and when you show that you are the desire to open doors, to show that you are well invited in the country, that you can easily succeed. And the thing which is very interesting with that project, when people heard that Congo has its first LNG, selling, the thing which was very interesting that we had a lot of projects of gas pumping up everywhere. And we will be soon also launching another gas project, but this will be with a Chinese company with an onshore field. You see how it is very important to attract, to ensure that you are in a win-win relationship in order to ensure at the end that you will have a successful project. and successful also history to say to the other people.
Yes, that's quite interesting. I think for me, the last question would really be, we have a number of Angolan companies here, what I call national champions. What do they need to do, if at all they're interested in coming to Congo-Brazzaville to be able to invest?
Very simple. They just send us a letter addressed to His Excellency the Minister of the Carbon, Mr. Bruno Jean-Richard, and we will be very keen to work rapidly with them. Because the thing for us is to ensure that we can every time generate value. And if the value is generated from both sides, it's perfect. Don't you think so?
I think you're correct. I just want to get a commitment from you that the approvals you give for ENI are in record time. Angolan companies as well are going to get their approvals in record time.
Absolutely. We had the approval for a Chinese company in a record time. We had also from, let's say, new insiders in the Congo industry approved in a record time. So I don't know why our brothers from Angola will not have, let's say, the fastest approval in the history. Why not?
Okay, with that, I want to say thank you. Thank you
My
for
pleasure.
being here to represent your minister, who could not unfortunately make it.
Yeah.
And we're looking forward to seeing more Angolan companies go and invest in Congo-Brazzaville. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
And of course, we would like to cordially invite you, as you can see here on the screen, to the Congo Energy and Investment Forum taking place next year on the 25th and 26th of March, where more of what Congo is doing to further grow the oil and gas sector as well as other energies will be discussed. Another round of applause for this very insightful fireside chat.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, like we said in the beginning of this forum, several agreements will be signed, and that is good, and that means that things are moving between different countries. We will soon have the signing, the development contract of hydrogen project of Barra do Dande between Sonangol, CWP, Gulf, and Trafigura. I will soon ask the people that will sign the contract to come up the stage. But for those that do not know the project, I would like to share some information with regards to the project. This preliminary contract defines the terms and conditions that will realize the green hydrogen project of Barra do Dande. This project is a partnership between the Research and Development Center of Sonangol and CWP, Gulf GBMH, Engineering KPG and Conjunta, that involves the concessions, licensing, financing, engineering, acquisition, construction and operation of 600 megawatts of installed energy from renewable sources to produce green ammonia. These premises will be built in Bengu province, the municipality of Barra do Dande, in an area of 25 hectares adjacent to the oceanic site of Dande, with the constructions of 400 kilowatts of water treatment and ammonia storage, as well as access to this set terminal. I believe we are ready for the signing of this agreement. I can see my colleague already bringing all the contracts. I would like to invite to the stage, and of course, with your help, I would like to ask for a round of applause for the people that I'm going to call up the stage. Please, can we have Orlando da Mota, Chairman of the Development and Research Center of Sonangol, Vladimir Vladimir Machado, chair of the Executive Commission of the Research and Development Center of Sonangol.
O senhor Orlando da Mata acabou de chegar, esteja à vontade. Peço também que possa subir aqui ao palco.
I would also like to call up Michelle Schule, CEO of CWP.
Stefan Tavares Bolo.
I would like to ask Stefan Sabal, Gov CEO.
Peço também que possa subir ao palco Julian Richard.
Also would like to call up Julian Richard in representation of Conjunta CEO.
E é com grande honra que anunciamos também.
And it's with great honor that we also ask for Stefan Thoman, Federal Republic of Germany's ambassador. A round of applause.
É o momento agora da assinatura por parte das entidades competentes.
Now we move on to the moment of signing by the competent authorities.
Parece que agora já estão todos assinados.
I believe they've all signed.
To come forward, please, to take a family picture. Come forward, please. Could you come forward, please, to take the picture? Thank you so much. Muito obrigada, senhores, por esta
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for these signatures. We believe that it will do a lot of difference in the lives of the community where you will operate.
Thank you so much. Mais uma forte salva de palmas, por
Another
favor.
strong round of applause.
E agora, senhoras e senhores, enquanto os colegas retiram,
Ladies and gentlemen, while the colleagues remove
there's
the
a phone
table,
here. Someone forgot his phone. The owner was found. Agora, peço, por favor, também uma salva de palmas enquanto os nossos
another
colegas
round of
retiram,
applause while my colleagues remove
as cadeiras
the chairs from the
aqui do
podium.
lugar e a mesa também. Nós vamos ter mais um momento, será a altura
We will
do
have
discurso
another moment,
de mais
which
uma
is the
entidade.
speech of another entity.
Peço então, por favor, uma forte salva de palmas
A
para
round of
Sua Excelência
applause for His
Gabriel
Excellency
Bagalima,
Gabriel
PCA,
Bagalima,
Parceria Estratégica
CEO
de
of the
Financiamento do
Strategic
Sistema
Partnership and
Centro-Africano
Financing
do
of
Pipeline. A vossa
the
salva de palmas, por favor.
pipeline. A round of applause.
Buon tarde.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to say that this is an extremely happy event for me, and a special event because this is not my first time here, but this is my first time out of government. So I would like to, first of all, thank the presence today of His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola. At the same time, His Excellency Diamantino Acevedo, Minister of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas, the organizers, Energy, Capital, and Power, all the members of the government, ministers here present from other African countries, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First of all, I want to explain to you that I'm here not on behalf of my dear country, Equatorial Guinea, that usually is the role that I usually do, but more as a new initiative, regional initiative, as the president of the Strategic Partnership for Funding of Central Africa Pipeline System. Now, it's going to be some remarks. I am not going to go in details of what has been already been done, because we do have a very important event in Libreville in 2 weeks, where the first concept of the idea will be presented with the President and probably Prime Minister of Central Africa regarding this initiative. But I do have the responsibility to be able to spread the word for other African countries to know what exactly we are intending to do. Now, I want to first start explaining that this Central Africa pipeline system have 3 main objectives. And these are the 3 main problems of our continent: the food deficit, the energy deficit, and the manufacturing deficit. Now, I'm not going to go into explaining some of those because many of you understand what it means. Some people call it deficit, other people call it crisis. But I will say one thing: the numbers do not lie. And for that, I want to use one example. We have on one side 3 countries: Nigeria, Egypt, and in Asia, Pakistan. Nigeria have 200 million population, Egypt an average of 100 million, and Pakistan 200 million, a total of 500 million population. Nigeria, regarding pipelines, have already installed close to 5,000 kilometers of oil pipelines. At the same time, have close to 7,000 kilometers of gas. Egypt, the second one, have a total of 3,000 kilometers of oil, and at the same time have 6,000 kilometers of gas. And then if you go to Asia, just to add, so this balance is, you'll be able to do a balance. Pakistan, with 200 million, have a total of 2,000 kilometers of oil pipeline and 10,000 kilometers of gas. Now, those three countries, together with 500 million population, have a total of 10,000 kilometers of oil pipeline and 23 kilometers of gas pipeline. This is a total of 33 kilometers of gas and oil pipeline. Those three countries with 500 million population. Now, the balance you have to do with something. So we're going to choose only one country in Europe, France. The Republic of France have a population, 68 million population. Regarding pipeline, oil pipeline in France, you have close to 8,000 kilometers of oil pipeline. For gas pipeline, France have a total of 37,000 kilometers of gas pipeline. So the final conclusion, you have on one side, 3 countries, 2 for Africa, 1 from Asia, 500 million population, 1 from Europe with 68 million. The total of those 3 countries is 33,000 kilometers of pipelines. France, only 1 country in Africa, in Europe, 47,000 kilometers of pipeline. So 1 single country in Europe, excluding Germany, excluding UK, excluding Hungary, excluding the rest, 1 single country have more oil and gas pipelines than Nigeria, Egypt, and Pakistan combined. The numbers do not lie. Now, why I mention this? I mention this because, unfortunately, every time Africa tries to talk about pipeline, we have protests everywhere. Uganda tried to do it, they're still suffering from it. West Africa tried to do it, from Nigeria all the way to Ghana, they start suffering from it. Even Angola, they are trying to do it, and they still have people protesting. So the answer in this is an initiative that we believe that it will be a game changer. Because if a country like France, and not because I have a problem with France, it could be Germany, it could be Holland, it could be other ones. And I want to remind something very important. Why the East European countries, Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, for a completely catastrophic economic, were able in less than 1 decade to develop because they inherit a pipeline system built by the Soviet Union. So that's why they can have products cheaper than anybody in the world. So their development was because of pipeline system. And I want to remind you, and this is for people who still don't believe, that the pipeline system is the best solution for the development of Africa. First, pipelines are the more efficient and reliable transport for long distance. Secondly, it's actually the lowest energy consumption to operate and transport. At the same time, it's the high capacity to transport large quantity of oil, gas, water, chemicals, without needing to have a storage in the middle. The lower risk of accidents and destruction of road infrastructure. And this is something that unfortunately we see in all Africa. We still see all those trucks going city to city, highway to highway, transporting refined products. But you don't see those trucks in Europe. You don't see those trucks going in China or in North America. Why? Because it's transported by pipeline. And at the same time, it reduces the traffic congestion and pollution. Another part very important regarding pipelines is the reduction of carbon prints. And this is very important because if you have to transport to the products, and I'm talking about oil, gas, refined products, you need to do trucks, you need to buy the cars, cars need to be built, you need to put gas, you need to be able, and actually you have a higher contamination, pollution than actually doing through pipeline. And in the future, because this is clearly because we want to be part of the energy transition, if we are going to develop biomass or we are going to develop hydrogen, how you're going to transport hydrogen? There is no system to transport hydrogen right now through ships or trucks that are economically viable. It's because you need to do it through pipeline. So if you actually have a pipeline system, that's the best solution for any hydrogen that maybe Namibia and even Angola wants to do, because the hydrogen will be able to go all the way to DRC or anywhere, any mineral-rich area where they can use the hydrogen, rather than just do the hydrogen and not being able to have market for that hydrogen. And the same thing can happen with water. It is also the more reliable and predictable for consumers and industry. You don't want consumer industry to be able to have a stock or disruption because there's a traffic or there is weather or the ship cannot arrive or the truck cannot arrive. When you have a pipeline, there's a reliability that the product will arrive. This is exactly what happened in countries have developed their complete industry. The first example is the United States. You have pipeline system going all the way from south of the United States. It could be Galveston, it could be Houston, all the way to Canada. You have the same thing that happened in China, from Bo Bay all the way to north of China and any industrial zone. And the same thing you happen in Europe, where you have pipeline system going from south of France or north of France to every single country in Europe, including Spain, going from Valencia to be able to connect to the entire country without being able to have those problems. At the same time, it is a few labor consumption and resources that need to be used, because you do it through the construction, but then to operate it, you do not need as many labor, neither drivers, that you have to do it in a regular transportation process that we use at this moment. It is also actually very good for accessible and difficult terrain, such as mountains. Sometimes we have problems. We cannot send the product to any place because the weather is not there, the mountains, or we will have problem of shortage of fuel, so the trucks cannot take it over there. So clearly that's one of them. And clearly another great advantages of doing pipeline is how is it to be able to modify to new destinations. You just need to build a new industrial zone in a new place, and you just need to modify where that pipeline is going to be able to go to the direction, rather than just direct trucks to different locations. Clearly, and another one that is very important for our continent, it is very good for stable pricing. It is not normal that we have African countries that because you live in the capital, you have one price, but because you live in the village, your price is higher. Why? Because the transportation cost is higher. That will be impossible to do in the United States, having the gas price different in Houston than in Washington. And if you have difference, it will be cents. It won't be dollars. So to be able to do, and then why they do it like that is because they have pipeline system connecting and distributing the refined products. Clearly, and what we have seen today here through Angola and DRC, is actually the best transportation system for cross-border trade. Once both countries agree and once the pipeline is there, it's almost impossible to be able to disrupt it. So even you can have weather, you can have any protest, the pipeline will continue, of course. If you blow up the pipeline, that's something else. But any other way, you cannot stop the pipeline, and that the pipeline will be for decade after decade. And clearly, one of the key ones is the development for future refined products. And in that, Minister Diamantino have said, it could be fertilizer, it could be gas. That's the best way. So wherever you are producing the products, you just need to have the substations to be able to send it there. I say that numbers do not lie. There was three main objectives of the Central Africa pipeline system. The reduction of the food deficit, or some people call it the food crisis. Before independence, every single African country was self-sufficient. They even were exporting products to Europe. That's an example I'm saying. But today, the majority of the African countries, 80% of the products come from outside. And why they come from outside? Because the cost of actually being able to process the products in country. The second one is the energy deficit. Let's just call it energy crisis. We export cheap products and we buy more expensive product. We export oil and then we buy diesel. At the end, it's a deficit. It doesn't matter how much you can produce in oil. It doesn't matter how much gas you export. You always will have a deficit because you will be buying more expensive goods than you're actually selling your product. By doing that transformation of your products with cheap electricity, you will be able to, in this case, reduce that deficit. And actually, like they happened in the United States, in China, in Europe, because they were able to develop after the big wars that I hope that they don't happen. And it was mainly because they avoid to have a deficit. And the last one, and very more important one, because we need to create jobs for our youth, is the manufacturing deficit. And the manufacturing deficit is very simple. We keep importing all the products. And why our manufacturing cannot produce? Because of the cost of electricity and the cost of products that we cannot produce. And the only way to be able to have that cost down is to look for a new way of transportation other than the one that we're using right now. And this is why, again, we believe that the pipeline system is the best solution for the transformation of our continent. Now, I am not going to go in details regarding where the pipeline is going. I will just say that the majority of the presidents, including the President of the Republic of Angola, have seen the concept. They have agreed on the concept. The majority of the ministers understand clearly the objective. The only thing we need to work right now is to be able to present, hopefully in 2 weeks, the pre-FIT that we have it ready. And at the same time, hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have the first financier to finance the 11 million study for that Central Africa pipeline, that it will be a total of $10 billion project for the entire Central Africa pipeline project. With that, I want to one more time thank His Excellency the Minister, all the team, everybody who have hosted me here since I arrived. My only complaint, I am not Minister Gabriel, I'm a Chairman Gabriel, so you guys need to adjust that. But again, if you keep calling me Minister, I don't have a problem. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gabriel. As we proceed with the next in conversation with Sonangol, we will have Sebastião Martins, President of Sonangol, and Ian Tom, Research Director of Upstream at Wood Mackenzie, a global leader in energy research, who will be discussing Sonangol's journey and Angola's strategic focus on sustainability and responsible oil production. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a warm round of applause as they come to stage.
Apelamos à audácia para pesquisar e explorar petróleo, a diligência para levá-lo a todas as partes e a dedicação para transformá-lo em crescimento. Operamos com responsabilidade. Temos em exposição os feitos pela sustentabilidade, como atestado do nosso compromisso com o ambiente e uma governança transparente. Apostamos no homem, revestindo-o de capacidade operativa e transformadora para que as demandas do país tenham em nós uma instituição em prontidão. O desafio da refinação é para vencer, já com os olhos no mercado internacional. Somos Sonangol, desde 1976, uma marca nacional. Sonangol, produzir para transformar.
Okay. Hello. How do I turn this on? Oh, it's on. Good. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm delighted to have this 10-minute chat with really distinguished colleague, Sebastião Gaspar Martins. He's a captain of industry with more than 40 years experience in upstream in Angola. Currently the CEO of Sonangol, a leading national oil company in Africa, and a partner to companies in just about every oil and gas project in the country. So we've got a few topics to get through in a short amount of time. Where I'd like to start is looking at Sonangol from a corporate perspective. So we've seen really since the past 5 years a corporate transformation, Sonangol evolving its business. We've seen things like the role of the national concessionaire passed to ANPG, reorganized business units, non-core assets being sold, domestic bonds being issued last year. And in the recent annual report, there was conversation about steps towards an IPO. So I wonder if you could just take a few minutes and talk us through some of the key elements of the Sonangol transformation that we're seeing.
Okay, Ian, thanks a lot for asking me those questions. You almost said what we have done. But really, we might start by the fact that the transformation in which Sonangol is facing or in where it came from started very early at the time when the new governance system for the oil and gas sector started, when we stopped to be regulatory and fiscal entity. So we passed that to ANPG, the new concessionaire. At the same time, we transferred almost 600 employees from Sonangol to ANPG. Those are the ones who made the new ANPG, and we see the result really is something linked with the fact that we are working under more or less the same environment because we understand each other. But after that, Sonangol went through a restructuring program. And the restructuring program, we put into 5 core business units from 36 different entities. We started with exploration and production, Sonangol, exploration and production, the refining, the other linked with downstream, the other with gas and new and renewables, which is a very good move that we did. That's why we are facing the renewables situation in which we feel that we are answering very well to this challenge. And also the trading and shipping. And we had another business unit we call non-nuclear, non-core area, but I today feel that we should think really very well, because when we go offshore, you don't go offshore by swimming, you go by helicopter. And this helicopter has a support entity who does that, is our Sonair, which is linked with our entity that we call non-nuclear. But at the same time, we introduced into our governance process some units that are really crucial. One linked with ethics and conformity, compliance. Is a very important unit that everybody looks at as being a very important when we have to talk about the journey of moving towards some kind of going public. We have had also included into our organization the independent committees, the audit committee, the risk committee, the governance committee, the compensation committee, and recently we added a new one, the sustainability committee, that takes care of all the issues linked with this new wave of climate change, sustainability, and all things like that. And we are preparing the company in a situation that make us able to be as transparent as any other entity that is working with us. And I'm referring to the fact that currently is a fact we have some relations, because we are a national oil company, we have some relations with the government. And in this in this relationship, we need to start making the separation between this kind of flow or acts between us and the state, because we want to have a shareholder who comes to Sonangol, who gets a share and is enough confident that the result of what he's getting is a real situation in which the company is delivering to them as a shareholder. So those are issues, endogenous issues that we are solving. The exogenous issues that we are solving with the state, but we also have some endogenous issues that are linked with our own activities, such as bringing conformity according to the IFRS accounting system, which is something that we are working on now. And there are others that we consider to be needed to be in place before we really go public. But at the same time, in order to do that, we enter into a consulting agreement with a company, consulting company, Rothschild, who described with us the roadmap that we need to go through before we really go public. I would really say that I'm not so concerned about going tomorrow into going public. I want to go there. In fact, you saw in our presentation, it's part of our goal. We have to go public, but we have to go properly. And in order to go properly, we need to do our own homework. That's what we are doing today.
Okay, that's great to hear. So lots of steps taken, but there's still quite a journey ahead.
Yes.
Okay. I'll move on next to the topic of carbon emissions. So you touched on that a little bit. So it's become a prerequisite to being a responsible oil and gas operator. We've seen under your watch, Sonangol has signed the OGCI initiative to eliminate methane emissions. Sonangol's released a sustainability report. Can you give us some examples or details on the kinds of initiatives or activities that you're focusing on?
Some good initiatives. I just want to refer. We signed an agreement with one gentleman that is seated over there in order to measure properly our emissions in our operations. At the same time, we also, at the COP28, like you mentioned, we were one of the few companies that committed to work towards reduction of emissions by some time, because it's not decided exactly that should be at the year 2025 or year 2026. We have to define how we want to go there. What's important is the commitment that we assume, and that's what we did. Also, in our presentation very early today, we mentioned also our blue carbon project. Is something linked with a reduction of carbon, a sequestration of carbon through the plantation of mangroves along. Today we have just one here in Luanda, and we also have identified 4 more areas along our country in Angola. And we are going to do it slowly in order to make sure that we comply with that. Regarding the ESG report, we went through the 2nd edition of our ESG report. This last one, we started with one of our business units, the one that was linked with Sonangol exploration and production. We wanted to do it slowly and growing until we reached all our business units. And this year we already added the Sonangol refining and also petrochemical. And we are also including the Sonangol trading and shipping. Those are areas that we are sure that we can control, but the final goal is to go through the entire organization. So it was very well received by the financing community. In fact, we go every year to talk with the financing institutions where we present our main projects and also what are our needs. And normally, some of the main issues that are being raised now are linked with the sustainability and all these climate change concerns. So which company are we towards this kind of very important issues? And that's what we are doing today. And we are sure that in 2-3 years' time, we'll cover the entire range of our business units, and we'll do our work properly, showing that we are involved in different kind of initiatives regarding climate change, reduction of carbon emissions, that we are there. We have a system to measure now how much emissions are we having in our business units, particularly the ones I just identified. I did not mention, but is part of this journey also the solar panel projects in which we are involved. We just have those two linked, one with Azule, of course, the Caraculo project for a 50 megawatts solar panel project, but we also have the other one with Total, Quilemba, which is a 35 and then 65, maybe, if I'm not wrong, megawatts. So we are making our journey step by step, showing that we are not going to abandon the oil and gas. This is a given. But we are going to decarbonize our operations, making sure that those operations are taken care in a responsible way and not having the fear of knowing that what we are doing aims at reducing the carbon emissions, but without losing what is our footprint in oil and gas, making those incomes from those areas and invest into areas of decarbonization activities. That's what we are doing.
Yeah. So we're at time, but I think I'll just take one quick follow-on in this before closing. So the traditional, let's say, oil activity, what gets you most excited, the kind of future opportunities? Is there more deep water oil, or are there gas opportunities? We've seen the draft gas master plan, or indeed is it some of the opportunities around the energy transition? What's most exciting?
Ian, you bring up a very good point, because if you remember this morning, the minister just mentioned that we enter into some kind of mineral opportunities. We are now in those areas getting some concessions in order to evaluate it. And we are not going to do it directly. We will do it with some people who knows what to do. But those are issues and opportunities related with the transition energy, because those minerals, the quartz is important for the solar panels, the lithium the same for batteries, the uranium is a new area of energy for different from the fossil fuels. But we have also to say that we do not abandon the oil and gas again. We have several opportunities in Block 506, where we identified resources in the range of 1.8, 1.5 billion. We have to prove it. We have the gas opportunities that we are studying in order to work together with the NPG and identify the right partner to develop the non-associated gas. This will be good for us to develop and open opportunities for these kind of areas in which we want to be, like the fertilizers. We are together with the 125 domestic gas that we are able today to receive from the Angola LNG is going to be utilized in also the production of fertilizer, which is something that is important. Angola is a country where we say that we have a fertile land, but we need to correct and enrich it with some fertilizer in order to increase the productivity of that land. And we are working also in order to use that gas on that area. And the gas that we are going to evaluate in the south, we want to use it also in the areas linked with the steel factory that is supposed to be built in the southern part of the country, where we are also going to be partners in that opportunity, together with an entity that knows the business, and we are sure that we are going to achieve it. So we have lots of opportunities. I'm sure that we have to go step by step, but at the end of the day, Sonangol is there to stay.
That's great. Sounds like there's a lot to get after and plenty to keep you busy. So
yes.
With that, I would just want to thank Sebastião Gaspar Martins for sharing the insights with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Epa, trabalho está feito. Trabalho está feito.
Senhoras e senhores, e nós vamos continuar
Now is
e
your
vamos
turn.
aproveitar o tempo
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen.
para uma plenária que é patrocinada pela ENSA. Este painel vai abordar a incontestável
This
ascensão de Angola
panel
no
will
domínio
talk
da produção de petróleo e gás.
on the production of oil and gas. We will have the leaders of the industry to explore strategies and opportunities that drive the important trajectory of Angola in the sector, dynamics, and obviously with a promising future. Moderator for this panel is André Afonso, partner of EE Angola and energy leader. A round of applause.
Converte, mano. O chefe já tem coisas no bolso. Vamos lá.
Onde a terra vermelha encontra o azul infinito do céu, há uma estrela que ilumina e protege a vida
Você que devia estar aí.
E torna-se acionista da ENSA Seguros de Angola S.A. através da oferta pública de venda de ações a decorrer entre 24 de setembro e 25 de outubro de 2024. Esta operação está inserida no âmbito do programa de privatizações. Para mais informações, contacte o seu agente de intermediação. A presente informação não dispensa a consulta do prospecto e do anúncio de lançamento disponíveis nos seguintes websites.
Obrigado. Obrigado, Ian.
ENSA, a estrela que protege.
Bom dia a todos. E agora?
Boa tarde.
Agora sim. Excelentíssimo Ministro dos
Good afternoon,
Excelentíssimos
everyone.
Secretários de
Excellency
Estado
Minister
Petróleos
of Mineral
e
Resources, Secretary of State for Resources, members of the government, Excellency invited guests. I would like to call to the stage the distinguished panelists. I will start off by the administrator of ANPG and Miala.
Passava de seguida à Diretora-Geral da Exxon Angola,
General Director of Exxon Angola, Catherine Fisher.
André.
Ao CEO
Qualquer.
da Sonangol Exploração e Produção, Dr. Ricardo Van Deste, engenheiro
Ricardo Andeste.
Ao CEO da Itu Energias, engenheiro Edson dos Santos.
Edson dos Santos.
E ao Managing Director para o Sul de África da Schlumberger, Miguel Batista.
Miguel Batista for Schlumberger. It is with pleasure that I'm here today. We have an incredible opportunity. These are the people that grow the sector. This is the vision of the initiatives of exploration and production for the future and now. And I will try to talk a bit on the vision and the role of innovation in the future of exploration in Angola. Maybe I should move to the last chair over there.
Se calhar eu posso o meu trocar, não?
Let me sit here next to the panelists. I will start with Ana Miela. We had a challenge on the CEO of the agency. He gave you the our mission to share the activities of the agency during the last few years. And for that, I would like to ask you to give us a balance of the situations of the last years in the 2019-2025 plan, specific with the Kwanza River.
Obrigada, André.
Thank you,
Boa tarde a
André.
todos, mais
Good
uma
afternoon,
vez.
everyone.
É com enorme prazer que
It
estou
is with
aqui
great
a
pleasure that
representar a
I'm
Agência
here
Nacional de
representing the
Biocombustíveis,
ANPG,
particularmente por estar
in
rodeada de
particular
tão
because
ilustres
I'm seated
convidados
with
e gurus do
distinguished
setor.
guests, the
Portanto,
gurus
grande
of the sector.
responsabilidade estar
So
aqui
it is
e,
huge
de facto,
responsibility for
responder
me
às
to be
questões do
here and
André.
respond
Indo
to
para
this
a primeira
question.
questão,
Going to the first
podemos
question,
considerar,
yes,
sim,
we
que
can
o
consider
nosso, a
that
nossa
our
estratégia de aquisição de
strategy of
está a ser
concession attribution is a
Nós
success.
aprovamos a estratégia
We approved
em
the
2019,
strategy in
depois de termos
2019
ficado
after
cerca de 8 anos sem
about
atribuição de
8 years of no concession
a
attribution.
meta, pelo
The
menos
goal,
inicial,
the
era
initial goal was
adjudicarmos
to
mais de 50
adjudicate over
concessões,
50 concessions,
mais concretamente 52
and
concessões.
specifically
Até a
52
data,
concessions. Up to
nós
date,
adjudicamos
we have
já
adjudicated,
contratos assinados,
signed
prontas
contract
para iniciar
to
atividades
start the
petrolíferas, mais de
activities,
30
over 30
32,
concessions.
se meu colega Alcides
32 to be
estiver aí a
specific,
ajudar, 32
if my colleague
concessões,
can
é o número
confirm, that's
certo.
the exact
E
number
temos
of
ainda
concessions we've
leque de
attributed.
concessões,
And we still
preparado
have various of
já,
concessions that have been
para
prepared
serem
to be
finalizadas,
concluded,
e acreditamos que até o
signed,
final do
and we
ano
believe that
poderemos
until the end of
elevar
the
esse
year,
número
we will
para
elevate
muito
this
perto
number
de 40
to
concessões, o que vai,
close to
por
40
fazer em
concessions,
cerca de
which
total
will
de cerca de
amount
80
to
85%
85%
era a nossa
of
meta
our
inicial.
initial
Portanto,
goal.
nós
So
ainda temos o ano de
we still
2025
have
para dar
2025
continuidade a esta
to continue with
estratégia.
this
Já
strategy.
está em forja aquilo que será
We already have
o processo todo
we already
de
have the
licitação,
process, the
com
bidding
rondas
process
de
with
concursos, de bids,
tender rounds,
claro,
bids,
também
etc., and obviously also some
conversações
some
diretas
direct
que poderão,
conversations
com
that
certeza,
will
ajudar-nos a elevar
obviously
esse
help
número
us
e, quiçá,
elevate
até
this
ultrapassar
number.
as
And who
52
knows, we might even go
concessões
beyond
que ou
the
era a
52
meta,
concession, which
inicial.
was the initial
Nós,
goal of the agency.
falando mais concretamente aqui
To
da bacia
be
do
more specific on the basins of Congo and Kwanza, last year we had a round of bids that focused on blocks on land. This package is about 11 concessions on land that will be adjudicated in a very short period of time. And this is part of the concession that we already have prepared until the end of the year. So in general, the strategy is a success with regards to the concession attribution. Obviously, it's not all roses. We also need to recognize that during this process, we have been learning a lot. There are concessions that were adjudicated, and today we are restructuring the contractors because sometimes there was a need to adjust, replace some companies by others. So it is a very good learning process for the agency because we've had a long period without attributing any concession. So this comeback to the attribution process is also teaching us a lot, and obviously the next one will be better. But I was saying that it's not all roses, because apart from the work that we are doing to improve the contractor group, we also feel and see that the objective is to discover petrol. Yes, we do attribute concession, but in the end, we would like the petrol to be discovered. So we have an exploration strategy that was approved in 2020 that establishes that at least 50 million of barrels the country has as a potential to be discovered. So all these blocks that are being attributed will allow us to prove this potential. So if we are able to at least prove 30% of this potential, it will give us the assurance to produce for another 20 years at the levels where we find ourselves today or higher. So the objective of this concession attribution is to discover oil. We need to increase our research activities. It's still a little bit timid. We have drilled 2 wells on land last year, somewhere this year, and another one that is very or highly expected in Block 30, Frontier Basin. We would like to congratulate our partners for the wells, for Sonangol, and also for the courage and determination to proceed with the drilling of the Namib well. This is highly expected, and we would like to see more partners, more investors moving towards this phase, which is the phase, the drilling phase, the discovery phase, which will show that the country has potential. We had today several times drill, baby, drill. So we need to drill so that we can prove our potential. Our country has got all conditions created, and we are still very competitive. We are still working on all policies to maintain our great partners that are here today, and we are also attracting new ones, and this has been proved through the bidding process that we have. We are surprised by our own bidding processes. We did some reforms. We have eliminated some, we removed bonus, we removed production bonuses. So there's a combination of laws that was improved. So every year, the sector, at least for the past 5 years, the sector has been bringing news in terms of laws to improve the competitiveness in the country and attract more investors. So all conditions are created, and obviously we want our potential to be discovered. Thank you very much, Engineer. I believe you've already answered part of my second question. Maybe I would now go to the end and move on to Engineer Ricardo. With the investment in more than 15 concessions, what challenges and opportunities do we have? Sorry, the video is interrupting.
Obrigado, André, pela pergunta. Boa tarde a todos. Em primeiro lugar, queria felicitar a organização pela escolha do tema. Nós hoje, ultimamente, quando vamos às conferências de Oil and Gas, falamos de redução de emissões, falamos de descarbonização, falamos de transição energética, falamos de tudo menos aumentar a produção. E aqui, neste painel,
In this panel, in this conference, we are talking about increasing production.
Parabéns pela escolha do
Congratulations for the topic.
Voltando à questão,
Coming back to the question, André, and I will try to divide this into challenges offshore versus onshore, and then the opportunities. Well, offshore, for the expansion of our activity, one of the greatest challenges is the advanced age of our premises. When we speak of recovery projects on increasing production, explorations in development areas. So all these initiatives have got a common point. They will use the current premises, and it is important that all these premises have the integrity and security conditions to operate in the next 14, 15, 20 years and accommodate all these additional projects. Let me remind you that 70% of the global oil production comes from mature field, and Angola is not an exception. That's the first challenge. Another challenge has to do with the attraction for investment. We said Angola has some contractual stability. We are able to maintain companies interested in investing here. But apart from improving our terms and conditions in Angola, it is our terms and conditions need to be competitive regionally and globally, because the same operators in Angola are the ones that discovered in Namibia and in the diaspora. The investments in Angola will compete with investments in other parts of the world. So our terms and conditions need to be competitive, be it regionally or globally. Another challenge, which was already mentioned here, is access to capital. We cannot expand projects in oil and gas without investment. And today, in a transition process, obviously it's more difficult and there are more restrictions in terms of access to funding, especially local oil companies. So this, from my point of view, are the main challenges for offshore. And onshore, in sharing a bit of the experience of being the first in the Kwanza Basin to explore, to drill, the greatest challenge was logistics. And this challenge starts with the need of some, this concession needs to be demined before any operation. And before putting any equipment on the field, we need to go through a demining process. And then other logistic challenges, for instance, these operations are done with generators 24/7. Water needs to be filled by tanks, so logistics onshore is extremely challenging. Another challenge is that is the lack of options in terms of services, in terms of service companies for onshore services. And there's an opportunity here, and we will talk more in front, for local companies to fill this niche, because many of the operators of these concessions onshore are medium and local companies, and the service companies or services in these operations should be done by local companies, and obviously leaving other companies focusing on the offshore sector. Another challenge for onshore is the lack of infrastructure, production infrastructure, storage or warehousing. The scenario where production of the new fields onshore is a scenario where the field reactivation is needed to accommodate this promotion, and we do not have these infrastructures. And it won't be viable that each one of the operators builds their own infrastructures. It is going to to be a very costly exercise, and probably it will kill any project. So this is also one challenge onshore. Another challenge, and many times we do not like to talk about, is the financial capacity of some of the companies that we have in these company groups. We need to have an operator with technical and financial capacities in these onshore groups, but we also need to have partners with the same financial capacity, because sometimes we have the wrong perception that the activities onshore are cheaper, but it's proportional. The activities can be cheaper than offshore, but resources are lower because production is low. So proportionally, it can be equivalent to offshore activities. So we need to be careful not to only have the operator with the set capacities, but the partners themselves also need to have that capacity. Now that I'm done with the bad news, let me talk about the opportunities, please. Good news, good news. Well, offshore, I believe that just like the premises I challenge, this is an opportunity because we've got premises with sufficient capacity to accommodate all these projects. We have mature fields, like Engineer Anna already mentioned, with billions of barrels to recover. So it is a great opportunity for onshore. And then another important one are the non-associated gas projects. This is a big opportunity for us to expand our activity onshore. A new gas consortium should be the start of this chapter of the oil and gas chapter. Other opportunities of non-associated gases to be utilized, and this is a very good opportunity for us to expand. Onshore, we have an opportunity to strengthen the local contact for services onshore, instead of having the same big service companies that we have today. And one of the greatest opportunities to expand the activity onshore will be the exploration. This is something that is being analyzed. I believe it's also an opportunity to expand our activities onshore.
I will move now to English. I believe will be easier. And Katrina, what is your view about the exploration investment opportunities in Angola? And I will not ask about the big elephant in this room, but I will try to ask like this: what is the significance of the Exxon's $200 million exploration investment in Block 30, 44, and 45?
Sure, Andre. Thanks for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be a part of the panel. As Anna said, it's an honor to join this group on this stage. So if I think about our exploration in Namib, simply I'd say, frontier exploration is an investment in the future. And so I'll start with a few comments from our ExxonMobil Energy Outlook and tie it back to our operations in Angola. So ExxonMobil publishes an energy outlook every year in which we share our views of supply and demand of energy and energy-related products out to 2050. So this was just published, I think, last month, publicly available. So I'll give a plug for you to check it out. In this energy outlook, what our projections are is that between now and 2050, the world's population will grow by 2.5 billion. So if you do the math on that, that's 1 million people every 6 days. That's a significant amount of growth when you look at the population. And of course, with population growth, there's a growth of the economy and a demand for energy, affordable and reliable energy. And if you look at that growth, 70% of that growth is in Africa and the Middle East, so very, very close to home. And so while we anticipate rapid expansion of things like wind and solar, I think by about 4 times, and improvements in efficiency of currently available energy sources, we're really going to need all the energy sources to meet that growing energy needs. So biofuels, hydrogen, nuclear, and oil and gas will continue to be an important part of the energy mix. And by 2050, we anticipate oil and natural gas to make up about 54% of the world's energy supply. So, and if you look at energy being necessary to provide quality of life, as we saw in our amazing opening this morning, that rings very true to home when you look here in Angola. So energy drives higher living standards, and it's impossible to have higher living standards without energy. So here in Angola, we see a need to improve access to energy, to have clean cooking fuels, access to electricity, and eliminate abject poverty. And so with oil and gas remaining essential under any credible scenario, we see frontier exploration and specifically NAMIB, programs like NAMIB, as needed to meet the demand of the future, so an investment in the future, and to offset decline. So, we see this program as a great collaboration, building on an existing relationship. So proud to drill that well with our partners, Senegal and the government of Angola. ExxonMobil is extremely proud to drill that well and excited. From an ExxonMobil perspective, that's one of a handful of opportunities as such we're pursuing worldwide. So, also a credit to the government of Angola on competitiveness. My colleague Richard will speak at an exploration discussion tomorrow, but really, creating the conditions, so providing the data, ensuring that the regulatory and commercial environment is conducive and balances with risk. So for us, we're proud to be the first to drill a well in this basin, to build on our strong partnerships. And we hope that this frontier exploration is the beginning of a forward solution, for energy to come.
Thank you very much. Vou passar novamente a português e vou passar aqui ao engenheiro Edson. E já tocamos aqui em várias observações sobre alguns pontos.
We've tackled on several observations. Maybe I would start off here. Between energy, you are involved in a great attribution of high importance.
32. Qual é que é a visão da E2 Energia?
What is the vision of E2 Energy about the possibility of maintenance of these blocks, and what's the vision, long-term vision for this kind of activities? Thank you, André. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an enormous pleasure for me to be here today. Obviously, I'd like to congratulate the organization. The conference is better on a yearly basis, and it is a huge mark in the industry during this time of the year. E2 Energy in 2020 was celebrated 20 years of existence. At the time, it was still Somoil. At the time, we had fields, we had matured fields. The term matured was used here, but our fields were older than some of the people seated here in this room. We were impacted by war. E2 Energy had about 4,000 barrels per day. So our focus is local content Angolanization. We want to be here for another 20, 40, 50 years. What do we need to do? We prioritize two things: profit, maximize profit, and increase reserves. So this series of acquisition done by the company were aligned with these two objectives, to maximize profits and increase reserves. These two blocks are perfect in this alliance. Our initiatives is sustainable and profitable growth, and Block 14 was the first one in deep waters to produce, and it was well operated by our partner Chevron. And what's distinguished, and it produces over 50,000 barrels a day, and we are working on exploration wall. This shows the government initiatives on exploration in production areas and development areas. To have a success and longevity of this block will be different, and all these assets that E2 Energy wanted to be a part of. Block 32 is also operated by our partner Total, also fits perfectly in this profile. 2 FPSO producing over 150,000 barrels per day, and they are actively drilling in the block with different projects that have already been discovered and are being studied to move on to the next phase and more production. So the objectives we had fit in perfectly with the two blocks. Which gave us a lot of work was the finding. We mentioned that finding a project as such took us over 18 months on issues related to compliance, international banking, to be able to involve the local banks in the project. It was hard, but the difference was astonishing. It was completely astonishing. Add to Energy comes from a company that would produce 4,000 barrels per day to 26 barrels, a very big difference. And I believe this opens doors to other local companies to follow a similar path. I know the question was directed to Edu, but when we talk about production, I have to look at the country. Two aspects that we cannot forget in the sector. The easiest place to find fuel is where discovery was already made. There are still many barrels that were discovered that can be produced relatively and fast, and this is what we sometimes call the marginal fields. If we add all the marginal fields, it will go beyond $1 billion. A billion barrels. Dollars, of course, but I was referring to barrels. So more than that, so it's brutal in size, and it can obviously mitigate the decline that we've been observing, and it can help on the increase of production. Increase of production is welcome in the industry, we've been saying, but we believe that marginal fields can obviously help to mitigate this production decline. Another aspect that we should not forget is the base, is to optimize the fields that we already have, do bottlenecking to improve, do artificial innovation. The basic things that are maybe not so visible or so beautiful or sexy, I would say, but that make a huge difference in mitigating this decline. Well, thank you very much.
English again, Miguel, but it will be English-Portuguese, more or less. Miguel is the last one in the first round, but I will try to move the needle a little bit to the innovation part of my questions.
Absolutely.
Schlumberger have been supporting operations in Angola for more than 55 years, I saw it earlier, and with key developments such as ILX Center, showing a positive outlook in the company's presence in the country. What is the impact of this integrated performing excellence center in supporting production growth, and especially in this type of assets that we are discussing here?
Okay. No, thank you, Andre. Oh, let me kick off in English. No, first of all, thank you. Indeed, just a small correction. We are SLB, no longer Schlumberger. You owe me a bottle of wine.
No worries.
Wine is on you. Now, jokes aside, no, it's really a great year for us. We celebrated 55 years this year, so we're very proud of that celebration. And I'd just like to take a few seconds to thank the government institution, the customers that participated with us in this journey of celebration. And we really celebrated based on the foundation of our core principles, which is primarily the people, the technology, and the performance. So thank you for being our partners, and thank you for being with us in this 55 years of journey. We're intending to be here another 155 years, so you're going to have to bear with us for some time. Thank you. The ILX, and let me say, so the performance, the digital performance center that we set up here was really just based on the analysis that we've done. In the last couple of years, we heard today here the excitement that the industry is going, the activity that is happening all across the life cycle of the field. Lots of activity in exploration, 30 plus blocks or licenses that have been awarded and more to come. We've been seeing lots of excitement in exploration, both frontier, what we mentioned with ExxonMobil, as well as exploration in producing assets. Been having a lot of activity in development.
Thankfully, new projects are coming. The Agogo project is one to come. Caminho has been announced. You know, there's a lot of activity, and we know that there's still a lot of barrels to be produced from the assets that are currently in production. So in the production, operation, development, and even in decommissioning at the tail end of the life cycle. So lots of activity that's been happening. We did this assessment and look at the trends of the industry, and we identify really 3 to 4 main pillars. Number one, and we challenge ourselves to see how can we contribute the Angolan oil and gas industry to really accelerate and be able to deliver this value. So we look, how can we accelerate? Number one, how can we work with the operators to increase the rate of success in exploration? And with our exploration team, we've been working very closely with ANPG and the customers to really evergreen the data, the library of surveys and seismic data that we have across, to see if we can improve the success rate of exploration. And then when discovery is made, how can we assist the customers to accelerate the time from discovery to first oil? Historically, those times in Angola, we had some very nice surprises, the like of Block 14 that we mentioned, which took less than 3 years. We had the West Hub, the East Hub, for 36 to 48 hours. So in essence was, what can we do as a service provider to assist our customers to short that time from discovery to production so the value can be extracted. And as we produce, and most of the production that we have in countries we mentioned is coming from mature assets, what can we do in these mature assets to also continue to extract those barrels that are profitable barrels that are still bearing in the subsurface. Few interesting statistics, and Mr. Ricardo mentioned one, about 70% of the production globally comes from mature fields, but also normally it's normally the percentage, about 30% of the cost of a barrel from an intervention on average is 30% cheaper than a cost of barrel from an infield well. On the other side, as we go through the time of transition, the intervention barrels gained from intervention, they normally tend to be about a third less carbon intense than the barrels drilled from a well. The challenge that we have is that when we do intervention, the performance is quite low. Actually, 35% of the intervention that we do across the world, they don't deliver value. So we challenge ourselves, and when we looked at the areas, the sources of the failure of the intervention, the main causes are, number one, poor selection of the well, and number two, the poor allocation of technology to do that intervention. And this is a field that SLB has spent a lot of time over the last 10 years, and we invested a lot, especially in digital technology, to really deliver step change in the way that we intervene. And it's with that mindset that we decided to create this performance center, which will be open in November of this year, with intent of really transforming the way that we are, starting with low-hanging fruit, which is transforming the performance of the intervention, and then assist the customers all across the value chain, as I mentioned.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miguel. Eu agora passava à segunda ronda de questões.
The second round of questions, for 2 minutes to each one of you, so that we can come to the end. So I would give the floor to Engineer Ana. What Miguel just mentioned, Angola is a reference in the innovating solution for explorations, like we've had in different cases in the country, which has been publicly numbered here. So what is the role of the ANPG in these important dynamics, and how do you intend to continue to incentivize investment in advanced solutions and improve the efficiency of operations, like Miguel just said? I'm very timid, Miguel, and when I start talking,
2 minutos não significa absolutamente nada.
2 minutes and I've got nothing else to say. I'm also representing the agency, so the information of the country is here. I need to speak. Well, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I will answer in a manner that will help us understand what the Angolan executive has been doing with regards to the increase of the exploration activity and operational efficiency of the concessions. Well, ANPG was just recently created, and it has been developing a vital role for the productivity of the sector. We were created at a time of a very complex time. We produced over 200 billion barrels in 2008. We had a stability period of 10 years until 2017. We produced well, but we started declining. And then the Angolan government led us to the reform, and then the ANPG was born. So everything that happened in the past that was not very good was mainly because we had a crisis in 2014. We stopped having investments. The oil and gas sector, we didn't have these discoveries in Angola. No discoveries were made during that time. The prevention activity to maintain the installations, like it was said here, old installations in a very degraded manner also did not happen. So we had a very bad period. And then we had the pandemic. So the agencies since 2020, after the COVID pandemic, 2021, 2022, we had to redirect our focus in concrete actions to change the scenario, because we were falling back to a scenario where our production could have been below 1 million barrels, and we were not allowed to let this happen. We could not allow this to happen. We could not allow that what happened in the past happens again, given the higher responsibility that we have today. The agency has to redirect its actions in concrete actions. So we have defined 4 main strategic goals. The first one was to align all intervenients of the oil and gas sector, from those that are representatives of the Angolan government, as well as, and especially, investors. So we needed to align the strategies, the priorities, and assure that we were all speaking the same language. Define what needs to be done as a priority, how to do it, who to do it, and when to do it, instead of being doing things randomly. So we had to reorganize, restructure the agency in order to align with all intervenients of the sector, and also ensure that the other 3 objectives can also be realized. The first one has to do with the realization of production. We came from a scenario where we promised the government a volume of production that we were never able to meet. The difference was always very high between what was promised and the reality at the end of each year. We had to direct specific actions, assure that all work plan and budgets in the concessions were the plans that the concessions really needed to improve the efficiency, reduce production loss, create internal instruments to supervise these work plans and make it happen. With that, we were able to stabilize our production. But the fact that we haven't been very successful in maintaining this stability. So there was a need to work on the second objective, which is to assure the production. We need to bring on our daily production number, so that if an installation fails for one reason, it's normal to happen in the operation. So we had some kind of relief to be able to maintain our levels at 1 billion barrels. So the third objective, which is the fourth one, is the most complex one from the three. It is to assure that we can grow in production. We are producing over 1.1 barrels. We foresee that the year will be closed in good levels, over 1.1 million, but we are not happy. The country has a potential that allows us to dream more, that allows us to want more. So we want to produce above this, so we need to create the conditions, the necessary conditions. We are working on bids, we are adjudicating blocks. We need to make things happen. We spoke of the existing potential in the producing blocks. Very recently, and it's still under promotion phase, we brought the incremental projects which was presented by our CEO during his speech this morning. With this project, we believe that the operators have an instrument never seen before in Angola, because back then all laws were associated to productions on new blocks or new fields. So we are bringing a law that will allow us to improve the operational efficiency. It will resolve the problem of the premises that need to be rehabilitated, and the cost to do so does not compensate in the scenario that we currently have. So if we bring in this element, that if we are able to rehabilitate the premises, if we are able to discover more reserves and resources closer to these premises, if we drill more wells, if we change our production systems and improve efficiency and produce above that which we promised, and if we are able to increase our recovery factor in the mature blocks, we then have the possibility to have different sharings. We'll have investors that do direct investment, have got a better period to improve, to recover their investment, and this production is then distributed or shared in a different manner. So instead of using the current scenario where the government keeps 80% and the investor takes 20%, sometimes the government keeps 90% of the profit and the investor with 10%. So the scenario we're bringing forth today with this project, we have inverted this portion. That which is already considered as base production, that is already aligned with the government, and that the government already has its provision to receive, that remains as is under the terms that we have. So everything that the investor brings above that, the government is available to share it in a different manner. So now, apart from the mature fields, we have this element that will help us produce in the marginal fields, that even though there's already a decree, it hasn't been sufficient to attract investments in these fields. So this increasing portion will help us. So we need to have success in exploration so that we can grow. And I mentioned about 50-80 millions, but the potential is over 1 billion. So we have a lot to do. And in the oil and gas sector, there is no sectors with no technology, new technology or no technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now the challenge becomes harder. Miguel.
Can you share with us what you and SLB think will be the most significant technology innovation in the future that will improve our efficiency here in Angola?
Ok. Em minuto eu não consigo fazer com língua estrangeira, então vou falar português.
In 1 minute I cannot do it in a foreign language. That's what my mom taught me.
Não tem, o que eu devo dizer, eu vou desapontá-lo.
I'm going to disappoint you. We do not, I cannot say there's a single technology because we do not have the magic wand. What we need to do is to create a series of different technologies in the value chain, from exploration to abandon, with the purpose to reduce costs, to increase volumes, produced and discovered, and to do it in a sustainable manner with a lower impact to the environment. I will give some practical examples. The case, I would say, we had a case with Exxon that in Block 15, a block that is over 20 years, we use managed pressure drilling that allows us to increase the pressure window, and we were able to drill deep wells and extract resources that in a conventional manner we would not be able to do. And we have a series of other examples that I could mention. If there's an element that will be a differentiating this innovator, will be the utilization of digital technology to improve the performance and the acceleration of all these challenges. I will end off, I would like to conclude, and in representation of the service sector, I would like to thank for the fact that this is the first panel where we have the representation of all the stakeholders of the industry. Last year I complained that we've been treated as second class, so I believe that if we have the challenge that we have, for us to be able to maintain this ambition to produce over 1 million barrels, we need to be in forums as such and invite local companies to sit on the same table and address problems in an adequate manner.
So, still in English, Katrina, in looking for what Miguel has just said, Exxon's Block 15 reached 30 years of operation recently, and in the last 2 years increased its production significantly. Can we share with us what type of innovations did you input in your business to reach these figures?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So yeah, Block 15, we celebrated 30 years in August, which was a tremendous milestone, you know, that we shared with pride with our partners and our stakeholders in the government. For Block 15, I would say we've been applying technology since day one, you know, from the start of the early production system with Chikamba to bringing on 5 FPSOs in 6 years, the fastest pace in industry, and a lot of that was with collaboration. And as you mentioned, Andre, over the last 2 years, our production has increased 30%, and so we've undertaken a redevelopment program that we started in 2022 and just concluded this year. So we drilled 18 wells. You know, we wouldn't have been able to do it without the managed pressure drilling system, one of our rigs supplied by Schlumberger, as Miguel noted, helping us to drill, you know, things that were just too mechanically challenging before. Strong relationships with our service partners, I'd say both on the drilling and on the production optimization side, have led us to have a benefit of about 100 KBD at peak from this program. You know, the Schlumberger SLB example of managed pressure drilling is one. You know, I'd say also leveraging technology around control systems, so dynamic measurement and control that we're using to have flare the lowest we've had in years and increase production, remote monitoring of turbo machinery, and then partnering with our service providers to do things in country that previously we haven't done before. So establishing facilities to work on subsea control models with modules with Baker Hughes, you know, making clamps to solve issues, and so really cutting down that timeline to manage issues, and as Anna said, to keep production at its peak every day and quickly respond to issues. So with our mature facilities, you know, every bed is very thoughtfully used. We have many more priorities than we have, you know, the ability to manage on a day-to-day basis. So leveraging technology, things like drones for inspections, any kind of thing that we can use that helps us plan and execute our maintenance and our optimization activities timely, you know, adds benefit to our bottom line. And so Angola's got a great track record, you know, both with us, with our service partners and our partners of doing this across the oil field here, and no doubt we'll continue to do it in the future.
Thank you very much. We don't have time, but I will ask 2 more questions. Sorry for the organization. I will pass now to Engineer Edson. em português. It's not easy to change every time. Apesar do investimento que vimos no
Apart from the investment we saw the onshore block, we are still in the very initial phase of this process. What does A2 Energy see as to be important to bring dynamics to this exploration and the efficient implementation of this type of project? I believe that the Angolan companies need to lead the development and exploration of these onshore blocks. We need to be leaders of onshore in Angola, obviously. We need to look at the size of the opportunities, geological, even the technical side. These are all costs because they are tailor-made for local company. An exploration well onshore might cost $5 million, and we had the costs of wells in deep waters is over 200 million. So for local companies, this is a single and unique opportunity that we need to capture on. Of course, there are challenges, and I will mention some. One of them is the populational density. Every time we move a machine to start any kind of work, the populational density increases. Always, it's a challenge. We have the environmental risks, but always it comes with opportunity. So we believe that the onshore fields, apart from the technical factor mentioned here, creates big opportunities, employment opportunities, especially for those communities. We spoke of local contact, the risk, the chances for investment and growth of local content by tackling onshore. We've been benefiting from the good initiatives and the tenders by ANPG. We moved from 1 block onshore and 6 other operating blocks, and we want to come from exploration to production. Thank you. To conclude, Engineer Ricardo, Sonangol and his CEO presented different challenges of his activity, and there's a need to answer the financial issue and the imperative need to invest in the value chain. What can you share with us with regards to the investment plans, innovation, new technology? How can technology improve efficiency of your operations at the same time that you are decarbonizing these operations?
Podias ter deixado no aumento da produção, tinhas que ir para a descarbonização, não é?
You couldn't just stop on production, you had to move on to decarbonization.
Não, brincadeiras à parte.
No, jokes aside, Sonangol is committed with production, but at the same time it is committed with the environment. We need to reduce the emissions and decarbonize all operations. And one of the first steps was to invest in the improvement of our emissions. And today we can measure not only carbon dioxide, but butane, which is very much harmful. So this investment in technology made by Sonangol, obviously we can only reduce that which we know that is measurable. We have a series of other initiatives. Let me mention that Sonangol will produce its second sustainability report, and in this report, Sonangol shows its commitment with the environment. We can have access all initiatives that Sonangol will implement to decarbonize all its operations. And obviously, the priority is the selection of all technologies with operational efficiency that reduces costs, but especially those that reduces emissions as well. Thank you very much. All we've gone beyond our time. Thank you to all panelists that were here. It was good to have you. Thank you very much to the organization.
All right. Well done. You have a... Sim. Gentle.
Shed in here.
Yeah, let me kick.
I lost mine halfway through, but
sim, vamos ficar aqui para uma fotografia.
Let's remain here for a group photo.
Wants the ladies in the middle.
Epá, querias ficar no meio das senhoras. Ó, Miguel.
We've got to be balanced. We balance.
Obrigado a todos.
Obrigada.
Obrigado. Obrigado.
Ficaram as tuas notas.
Obrigado. Obrigado.
Good job.
Obrigado.
Infinite. I know. I could hear you talking about optimizing the base. I knew where you got that. I'm not mean enough to call you out on it. But I know you're well trained, so it's okay.
Muito obrigada ao nosso moderador e também aos painelistas, a quem eu peço mais.
Thank you very much, moderators and panelists. Another round of applause while we take some time to clear the scenario. We are now going to sign an agreement between the ANPG and the National Petroleum Institute of Mozambique. This agreement that will be signed by these two entities will formalize a partnership for the exchange of experience in the upstream. This MOU will allow the parts to share its experiences in the different management areas: concession, management of human resources, research and combined investigations, workshop, webinars, training on the job, development of combined projects. In other words, it's a huge quantity of benefits that this MOU brings forth for both countries. I believe that the signees are ready to be able to proceed with the signing. While our team removes all the apparatus that the previous panel used, which was quite interesting.
Este acordo, que não tarda nada nós vamos poder testemunhar e ficará para a história, vai ser assinado pelo PCA da ANPG e também pelo diretor do Instituto Nacional de Petróleos de Moçambique. Peço então que possa subir ao palco o engenheiro Paulino Jerónimo, PCA da ANPG, e também o administrador do Instituto Nacional de Petróleo de Moçambique, José Branquinho, a quem eu peço uma forte salva de palmas. São vários os benefícios em termos de formação que daí advirão. Portanto, é um marco histórico e importante para Angola e para Moçambique. Muito obrigada a ambos. Impõe-se aqui o aperto de mão e a foto de família. Podem trazer as capas para tirar exatamente. Já está batido nestas leads, já sabe exatamente o que fazer. Com certeza merecem mesmo uma salva de palmas. Muito obrigada a ambos. Nós vamos então continuar. Agora é a vez da Tânia de trazer aqui mais um momento. Segue-se agora mais um momento, vai ser conduzido pela minha colega Tânia Ambimana. É uma conversa que tenho a certeza absoluta que não vão querer perder. Tânia.
Thank you, Dinamene. I shall release you as they set up for our next conversation. Our final dialogue of the day, the fireside chat with Chevron, which I have the absolute pleasure of hosting. I'll be joined by Billy Lacobi, who is the Managing Director of Chevron's Southern Africa Strategic Business Unit. Now, with over 3 decades of industry experience, Mr. Lacobi is responsible for overseeing Chevron's vast oil and gas operations in Angola and the Republic of Congo. Let's give him a very warm round of applause as he joins me on stage. Chevron is celebrating 70 years in Angola. That is quite a feat. We're talking about incredible milestones developing the oil and gas industry. Could you share some of the key achievements and lessons that Chevron has gained from its long-standing presence in the country?
Absolutely. When you take a look and you think back on 7 decades, I mean, just to say it and just to imagine, it's been immense. And some of the milestones that we've achieved, if you look back in time, is we were the first to partner with the government to establish some of the production that is still on production today. And when you look at that, it's the onshore studies that were done to help to discover the oil and gas. Then you moved offshore, and we were involved in the first production that was coming from offshore in Block 0. Then you move into the deep water. Block 14 was the first deep water development, the first FPSO that was put out into Angola. Again, we were involved in that. You take a look at the ALNG plant, which represents the largest single investment in Angola over its history. Once again, we're the operator of that. So it's been a partnership that has spanned literally decades, and we're quite proud of that.
Absolutely, and it's really been a partnership that has seen also Angola continue to develop its energy infrastructure. How do you view the future? How is Chevron contributing to the country's energy security, the development goals, and particularly in the context of new projects such as the Angola LNG, Block 0, and perhaps even more?
Yeah, if you don't mind, so we just talked a little bit about our legacy. Maybe the next thing I'll talk about is what we have that's ongoing at present, and we're quite proud of that as well, and then that will help to bridge into the future. What we have that's ongoing right now, we are in the process of completing the installation and tie-in of our Sanya Lean Gas Connection project. This is a project that's going to tie into existing infrastructure that is going to make available some of the gas that we've been injecting into our reservoirs to help aid oil production over the years. When this project is going to come on later this year, it's going to increase our overall gas production to ALNG from about 300 million standard cubic feet a day all the way to 600 million standard cubic feet a day. And this is something that's not only important to Chevron and its partners, but for the entire Angolan government. What comes along with this is you had heard Senior Gaspar talk about, the domestic gas that is available there at ALNG in Soyo for other projects. This is going to be part of what's coming along with that. So we have this that's in flight. We have the South Angola project that's under construction right now. The jacket is complete. The topsides are nearly complete. And then we're going to be going offshore with that a little bit later this year for the installation process to start. So we have a lot of things that are in flight. You take a look at some of the things we're not operating. We're also a significant partner in the New Gas Consortium. We're excited about that as well. When you take a look at everything that's happening in Angola, it is a very exciting time. Now to get to your question on the bridge into the future, it's even more exciting as you go forward. You take a look at the immense opportunities with regards to gas. Gas that is going to be utilized not only outside of the country, but what it can do to enable in the country. You had talked about, energy independence. You talked about energy security. This is one of the key enablers that's going to go along with that. You take a look at, once again, what is needed in the country to help to diversify the economy, to help to ensure that when we look forward into the future, there's going to be more jobs available, more prosperity to the greater masses. And we think that this is some of the key components that are going to go along with that.
What do you see as Chevron's role? And let me phrase my question in the sense that you've been a significant contributor when it comes to local content development here in Angola, notably through major capital projects that have created opportunities within the country, but also that have created local content. And so perhaps you could elaborate on how initiatives such as the Sanha Lean Gas Connection Project, the Lefua A, and how projects such as these are advancing local capabilities and benefiting the Angolan economy.
Certainly. If you don't mind, I'll go back in time again on this one. Part of the 70 years that we've been present in Angola and a partner to our stakeholders in the government, what have you, we have been adding capability and knowledge, and that's been added throughout the entire workforce. When you take a look at operators or welders, folks that are construction professionals and are operating professionals, once again, we have brought technologies from other locations within the world to Angola and have shared that. We've partnered again with the government so that we can take some of our knowledge here and help to spread that further onto some of our frontier operations that exist here and honestly elsewhere in the world. Then we also have that ongoing today. You had mentioned about the Sanha Lean Gas Connection Project. South Angola is another example. All of those projects are being built here in Angola. They're being built by Angolans, and all of this is for the benefit of Angola. And so we're quite proud of that. When you talk with the employees, when you talk with the service providers that are involved in this, they're very proud of it as well, because this is not just about creating something that's going to exist offshore. We're also creating a skill set that's going to be applicable even beyond our industry. So they may build the next set of platforms, whether it be for Chevron or one of our partners, or they may be actually constructing a plant. We heard about the gas supply being used for fertilizers. They're going to have the skill sets that are going to be applicable to other industries. And to me, that is part of what truly builds a legacy within a country.
And you're talking about the application of one technology into another industry. What else do you see when it comes to opportunities within the Angolan economy and within oil and gas?
I think they are broad. Miguel with SLB did a good job on saying there's not just one thing that you can touch on. So if you allow me to maybe talk about a couple of technologies, let's start out with the one that is probably the biggest one that is present for us all today, and that is artificial intelligence. When you take a look, I bet everybody in the room has a smartphone with them at the moment. Would that have been true 10 years ago? Would that have been true 15 or 20 years ago? And I think the answer is no. We had access to information, we had access to technology, we just didn't have this sort of access. And I think that AI represents that next level that's coming. I get asked a lot when I stand in front of my organization at town halls or even in small employee interactions, you know, is this going to take jobs? Is this going to eliminate jobs? I think the answer to that is no. I think it's going to enhance jobs. I think it's going to enhance our overall efficiency and capability, and it's going to allow us to do more within the span of a day and or with the confines of our current organizations. So that's one end of the spectrum for me with regards to technology. Another end gets into, I think that you take a look at just the principles of leadership on what it is that we have within oil and gas, within the industry, the interaction that we have with our government stakeholders, and that is skills that are applicable into other industries. When you take a look at how mature oil and gas is in Angola, and you ask yourself, okay, what other industries have opportunities here? This is going to be some of the building blocks that can be utilized to expand those industries elsewhere.
And sustainability, that was something that came about a lot through today's discussions and remarks. How are you approaching it?
Yeah, for us within Chevron, as you've heard of many folks speak so far today, we're concentrating, making sure that we can supply energy that is reliable, affordable, and ever cleaner going forward. All of that's tied into sustainability. At the end of the day, if it's not affordable, then it's not going to be usable to the masses. If it's not reliable, then once again, it's going to be insufficient as far as ensuring that it's going to deliver what it needs. And you know, now the last piece of it is, if it's not getting to be cleaner and cleaner, then it's not going to compete in this global atmosphere that we have, one that is continuing to push us, as it should, to become a cleaner, lower carbon overall industry. We are committed to this, and I believe that it's part of the fundamental on increasing the well-being of mankind. At the end of the day, it's not about the few around the world that can afford whatever type of energy source that they want. It's about supplying energy to the masses and improving life overall throughout the globe, and not just for a select few.
Absolutely, and as it was said earlier, as it was said earlier, I'm just going to continue.
Striking out twice.
As it was said earlier, it's beyond energy, isn't it? It's
It
about
is.
impacting lives, improving the future, and ensuring that we grow not only our economies, but also our people. And Chevron's here is a true demonstration of what collaboration and partnership in the long term and the benefits that that can bring forward. So Billy, it's been a pleasure talking to you right now. Thank you very much. Let's give him and Chevron a very warm round of applause as we wrap up this fireside conversation.
Thank you very much. That one's on.
To mark Chevron's presence in Angola, we're going to watch a video.
Looking back to 1954, when Chevron initiated the first geological studies, no one could have imagined the remarkable journey that was beginning. For 70 years, Chevron has been a proud long-term partner of Angola. We will continue our purpose of working to safely provide energy that is affordable, reliable, and ever cleaner. Our greatest resource is our people. Their ingenuity, creativity, and collaboration have overcome the complex challenges of the past. As we embark on this journey, we will carry on proud of our legacy, ready for the future we define together. Chevron, legacy of excellence in Angola.
Senhoras e senhores, estamos mesmo quase a terminar.
Ladies and
mas
gents,
ainda
we are
temos o último
almost
ato do dia.
finished, but we still have the last act of the day, and we are going to testify a signing of MOU between FAMAR and Angobitu, and it has to do with store tanks of fuel in the port of Luanda that are all certified for the storage and for the services in the service. So the FAMAR understands the commercial role of the industry in the development of the country, in the global development. To establish these agencies, there's a partnership that came with the Farm Bitume that has to do with the storing tanks of fuel, that has to do, and this partnership looks into bringing some financial benefits and betterment of the environment in Angola. So I'm going to call Mario Carvalho, shareholder, manager, and Andre Peter.
Venham até aqui fazer as devidas assinaturas.
Please come all here to do the signing. As I told you, this is the last act of the day. We are almost finished.
Como sabem, estes acordos normalmente trazem inúmeros.
As you know, these treaties normally bring some beneficial numbers for the local communities, and definitely this one will not be different from the rest. I'll ask you to please come in front to take the family photo.
Muito obrigada, senhores.
Thank you so
E
much.
peço agora à minha colega Tânia que possa se juntar a mim ao palco.
And so I'm going to ask my colleague Tanya to join with me, since we are at the end of this event for day 2, and tomorrow we still have, so whenever you can and you do some posts in the social tech, you do
Nós vamos ter vídeo que vai ser exibido daqui a pouco em comemoração de Angola.
hashtag AHO.
Indeed. We're going to watch a
video.
video, the
Yes.
SLB video. Let's
So-
take a look.
Vamos.
Há 55 anos, a Schlumberger GDV deu os seus primeiros passos em Angola, realizando o primeiro log no Soio, província de Zaire, para a Petrofina em 1948. Desde então, estabelecemos raízes profundas neste rico país em recursos naturais. Em 1969, iniciamos operações permanentes e abrimos a nossa primeira base em Cabinda, no Kwanda e na Sunils. Em 2011, demos um passo significativo ao abrir a primeira e única fábrica de equipamentos submarinos em África. E em 2019, celebramos orgulhosamente 50 anos de presença contínua aqui em Angola. Hoje, com uma visão de um futuro livre de carbono, somos agora conhecidos como SLB, celebrando uma jornada de inovação, colaboração e compromisso com o desenvolvimento sustentável. A SLB é uma parceira orgulhosa da indústria, colaborando em projetos caracterizados pelo investimento e desenvolvimento de capacidades nacionais, garantindo o futuro energético do país. As nossas soluções inovadoras, juntamente com as nossas pessoas diversificadas e talentosas, distinguem-nos. A SLB em Angola tem 1.400 colaboradores diretos e indiretos, dos quais 80% da força de trabalho são cidadãos nacionais angolanos.
Estagiária da SLB, da área de cimentação, e durante esses 6 meses eu tive o privilégio de conhecer pessoas incríveis, pessoas profissionais, pessoas muito inteligentes, que têm me ensinado muito no que diz respeito à cimentação e não só, né, ao crescimento profissional no geral. Acreditar é tudo, porque antes, quando eu terminei de estudar, eu ficava, é tão difícil entrar numa petrolífera. A SLB é uma das empresas que tem dado oportunidade às mulheres de entrarem nesta área. E a SLB veio mostrar que é possível.
Com a maior presença no país, a SLB tem instalações em todos os pontos de serviço de petróleo e gás em Angola, com uma presença de destaque em Cabinda, Luanda e Soio. Estamos empenhados em promover parcerias que impulsionem o crescimento sustentável, a promoção da inovação e a apoiar o desenvolvimento socioeconómico. A tecnologia é a pedra angular que nos diferencia de outras empresas do setor, permitindo-nos resolver os desafios energéticos do mundo. Em Angola, isso foi demonstrado com a implantação de tecnologias sob medida que impactaram positivamente as reservas de Angola e aumentaram a produção, enquanto reduziam custos e as emissões de carbono. Ao mesmo tempo que investimos em tecnologia, também investimos nas comunidades onde vivemos e trabalhamos.
Nós, onde trabalhamos e vivemos, nós sempre geramos impacto. O nosso impacto geralmente é gerado na educação, na saúde, trabalho com senhoras, e água, acesso à água. Número 1 para nós é a educação de qualidade. E nós temos um projeto que se chama SEED, o projeto onde nós criamos energia nas crianças para terem paixão pela matemática, pela ciência, pela tecnologia. Está em Angola este projeto já há mais de 20 anos, em várias escolas públicas. E recentemente ainda fizemos um concurso onde trouxemos diferentes escolas, diferentes crianças para fazerem projetos na parte de sustentabilidade. E foi um projeto muito lindo. Fizemos recentemente um projeto no Namibe, com poços de água. Estamos a trabalhar também no Cunene. Temos outros projetos com relação à saúde, onde fazemos reabilitação em hospitais, centros médicos.
As nossas ações apoiam-se na sustentabilidade em todos os aspectos das nossas operações. Estamos numa posição única para impulsionar mudanças positivas e moldar o futuro da energia, alinhado com o nosso propósito e visão, que abrem caminho para os nossos empreendimentos futuros. Estamos firmes com o compromisso do conteúdo local. Esta dedicação é demonstrada pelas parcerias, nomeadamente da nossa duradoura colaboração de mais de 25 anos com a ANPG, que teve origem na Sonangol. Além disso, a nossa joint venture com a Sonangol, Angolab, e parcerias com empresas como Victory Oil and Energy, Geolander e Jircafuta Petróleos sublinham a nossa hábil aplicação da proficiência técnica no reforço do desenvolvimento das empresas angolanas.
Os 3 valores principais que nós temos são as pessoas primeiro, a tecnologia e performance. Portanto, devo dizer que as pessoas são incrivelmente o maior marco que nós temos. Esse passado de impacto positivo que nós tivemos em Angola é acreditado primariamente pelo talento e a qualidade das pessoas que nós temos na empresa. O nosso compromisso em continuar a colaborar com as autoridades angolanas, servir os nossos clientes e a desenvolver um capital humano angolano que é para continuar a prover os recursos que a economia necessita. Angola, this is only the beginning.
This is only the beginning.
This is only the beginning.
Angola, this is only the beginning.
A round of applause for SLB's 55 years in Angola.
É sem dúvida vídeo que demonstra
Without a doubt, a video that shows all the work they've been doing in our country and how we Angolian have made use of that as well, Tanya. We are coming at the end.
Well, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. We have for today, but we have a networking event. Where we will give you the opportunity to engage with one another to continue to build collaboration and engagement. This networking event is going to take place at the pool area of the HCTA Hotel, and it is sponsored by Bourbon Angola.
We will tell you as well for tomorrow, we'll have parallel sections, side meetings that will take here where the exposition is taking place, but also in the first floor, there will be several technical sessions, roundtable on leadership, and so you are invited not only to be here, but look into what is happening on this forum.
And then tomorrow, we have more tracks, more engagement, more insights for all of you. There are two specific parallel tracks, the strategic track, technical sessions, and then we also have the leadership roundtables, which you are all cordially invited to. You will be able to find the strategic track right here in the main auditorium, the leadership roundtable in the plenary room upstairs, and the technical session in the exhibition floor. If ever you get lost, there are programs with QR codes to guide you to where you need to be.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end. There is a cocktail on not working on Agacete, on the pool. You are more than invited to make use of that. As far as we are there,
we'll see you all tomorrow.